Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. How we're doing? Yes, you'll notice that behind me there's no green screen at the moment. That's because it fell off the wall and it's on the floor. I redecorated the place and I attached the green screen to the wall and I added these sort of like soundproofing behind me and also in front of me. Because I was hearing some echoing back when I was editing the devlogs, and as you can tell, my green screen is kind of just there on the floor. It fell off, so I need to get. We tried messing around with it yesterday, but the lighting in this room is not good enough. So I got some lights coming in the post. They should be here tomorrow, and I just got to find some time in between work and everything else to set everything back up. But yeah, I got a new monitor coming as well tomorrow, so that's something else I got to sort out. 4K monitor. I'm not sure how this project is going to respond to 4K, but I've had a thought about it. But yeah, we're going to have to probably make some code adjustments. But yeah, last stream we added render layers to the UI, draw layers. Okay, we got that. Just adjust that a bit. Alright, there we go. So we did draw layers. So you could increment and decrement a layer. Oh my days, I nearly had a heart attack. I'm in the wrong folder. Test. Game without an engine, not proper game without an engine. Damn it. Oh. Right, no wonder why my undo and redo wasn't doing anything. I thought I updated him, but I didn't. Weird. Weird. Here we go. Right. So we got a new API which allows us to have draw layers. Increment, decrement, fantastic. We put it in the GPU. There we go. Yeah. We need to delete this. But effectively we're putting this thing on another layer. So we draw stuff back to front, and if we put it on a layer above, if we put it behind something, then it will go in front of it because it's on the next layer. Hey Danzy, how's it going? Yeah. Man, it's so sunny out. It's so warm. Had a barbecue today. It's barbecue season. But yeah, how's things going with you? Have you enjoyed the sun? So we hit F9. You'll see this is on the next layer, even though it's technically drawn behind. Like it's drawn before this this background image. So that's quite nice. Ah, the new drink. I actually think this is the same ballpark as Pepsi Cherry, so Pepsi Mango. And giving this a go. This. Oh, it's good. Oh. Man. You know, bad thanks. Went to Eurovision drinking party last night. Got smashed. Awesome. Where was that? Up in London or something? Okay, so we can get rid of this now, and we're actually going to design the Popover API. So this is all to test out popovers, which will be used to make combo boxes. So what we need to do is find where, like, where's a combo box we can test out. I guess I can test a web browser one, right? There's a W3C schools thing that'll pop up. There you go. Yeah, so when you're having these, you can't. Can you click a button at the same time? You can, according to this website. See, I'm thinking these. Did you click out of them? How do I want to behave if we've got some... Maybe we... Have a think about this. Right, the select tag, fantastic. Yeah, so got submit button. Yeah, see, you can't click that submit button. You gotta... This... When this popover is up, basically, the way you can see it is this is a popover with a list. When this popover is active, you can't click anything on the layer below it, which makes sense, right? So I think this is the behavior that we want. No, a friend's house set out a buffet with beer, cider, wine. Awesome. We had some drinking game based on certain aspects of the show, e.g. Act, perform song in anything other than their native language or English, and drink. Oh, that's not a bad one. Yeah, it's not a bad one actually, because it's quite rare, but if it happens, it's not like a ridiculous one like, you know, actor sings, and it, yeah, or actor sings, and then it's like, oh, well, you drink all the time now. Yeah, it's a good one. But yeah, so I think we can get these two done today. Popover and combo box. So we have like a nice little list that pops up and not take up so much UI. Performer pretends to lick camera, 2 drinks. That I can see the one happening, but also it is kind of rare. That's a good one. These are pretty good ones. Right, so I think what I want to do is mark a thing and just go over what I just did there. Right, let's put marker down. All right. There we go. Maybe put another marker there. Right, so last stream we got the render or the draw layers done, so we can now have layers of drawing that happened before something else but ends up going on top still. So this is drawn before, but it's in the layer above, so it goes up on top. So now that we've got that, we can actually do popovers and combo boxes. So I was just looking into behavior of how it works in the web browser. So essentially, like when you click on the combo box, this thing is like a popover, right? So we're going to be doing the popover first. So when you sort of click on it, the popover becomes active. Then when you click on anything else, it closes. But you also can click over something else which is hoverable and clickable, but these don't respond since this popover is up, right? So notice how I clicked there and it didn't submit it. But now if I click it, it will submit, right? So this is the behavior we want to have in R1 as well. So we're going to start on that now. Sweet. Pretty sweet. So first of all, you design the API, right, that you want. So, but the best way to do that is probably write the actual code for it first. So the base, I keep trying to design a perfect API by writing the API header first, but yeah, the usage code is definitely a good tool. So let's just go somewhere. So here's what I want, right? So the checkbox is going to have this state of open and close, right? Is it open, or is it been open? We can control that based on with some internal ID hash. That's not a big issue. So the way the logic of a popover should probably work is every time the user calls it, it's open, right? So the act of the combo box closing is probably it's to do with the combo box, the way it behaves, right? Yeah, I think it's to do with the combo box, the way it behaves. There was a thing at frame end where we said if nothing else clicks, yes, if the mouse button has been pressed and there's nothing focused. Yeah, and we didn't. Where was it? Maybe this is not what I was remembering. Yeah, it'd be a logic like this, right? If you click on something and something is not keyboard focused, then oh yeah, this is it. And we've not decided to keyboard focus anything. Then clear out the current keyboard focused element. So we'll be doing this. We'll be changing this so that if it's got a combo box open or something like that. But yeah, I don't know if we want to make popovers be this thing where they know if they're open or closed. Maybe we do, right? That's the other way we can do it. Maybe we can say the popovers themselves. Right, let's think about this. The way maybe maybe we can look at some other UIs. See, I do just want a combo box. We could just build it straight into the combo box. But then I'm thinking about things where you hover over something and like a little pop-up thing appears. And it's kind of the same thing. But I wonder. Yes, that's why I hover over something and I want, I guess you can say like a tooltip. That's kind of like a popover, right? While I'm hovering over here, display this. Kinda. But it's not, it's different. Yeah. So I think we'll do that as an API. Yeah. So we'll just say something like, while you call popover, so what does it take in? We'll take in an ID for the first one. That's implicit. We'll have a macro where there's two versions. The second one would be a rectangle. Wait, would it be a rectangle? You kind of want to know, like, hey, the popover's going at this position, and how's it going to be anchored? Have I got alignment in here? Yes. And I've already got the... Yes, this is... Yeah. We've already got the function, which is great. So we just needed dimensions of the popover. This will be the screen rectangle, and then how we want it to align. Oh shoot! No, that aligns it within. This might be missing something. So we're saying align to the bottom. Yeah, this is not what we want. This is line of inside a rectangle. We want another one where, so not aligning inside a box. We want it to be around a point. But yeah, I think I know the API. So we want the position in which, where it's going to go. Right. So position some kind of alignment. Oh yeah, the size. So the dims, and then align. So like UI align. So like the top left or something. And is that everything that you would need? So you say if popover and you probably say popover end. So everything about that. They need a style. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. So let's put some things in here. Position dims like that. Cool. So I guess we'll write out these. So void, you need it with and then the alignment. UI align, and then the style. Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be sensible. Alright, so we've just gone and designed the API. So I wrote the usage code first and was thinking kind of like the behavior of how I want this popover thing to work. So the basic idea is you give it a position on the screen and you give it some dimensions. And then you're basically saying, like, how do I want to align this box with these dimensions around this this point on the screen? So here we're saying this point on the screen is at the top left, right? And then we'll work out how to put the box around it. So obviously there's some box style as well. So here's the prototype here. So just to draw that out, let's see this. So if you have the screen, you say we got our combo box, and we go, hey, I have the starting point here, and the dims are going to be this much across, this much down, and we're saying it aligns to the top left. If it didn't align to the top left, then it wouldn't be here. So if it aligned to the bottom left, it would go around like this way instead the other way around, or bottom right, sorry. So it allows you to even do stuff that's like centered. So this would be center right. So that'd be quite flexible and quite nice. We probably also actually want an offset of some kind, where you can, yeah, maybe an offset does sound quite nice. But then I don't think I actually would need it, but it's something we can always add later, I guess. Because yeah, this is just a good amount of parameters. Cool. Recorded that one. Right, so let's go and implement this. So into the widgets. So we added the split area last time, wasn't it? So it returns if it's visible. So that's just an enum, which is a boolean, right? But it's just to sort of self-document what's going on. So yeah, that's good. Now let's hop into the. So let's start with the end one. It's really easy. It's just widget end. Then right. So first off, we actually need to pass in the ID, UI ID. So that's just the line number by default. So we have an ID version. Where it literally just position, dims, align. Cool. Position, dims, align. Nice. So we've got this easy to use one. Even if you put it in a loop somewhere and want a distinct explicit ID, then you can provide that. So what we need to do is actually have that offset code. So where we had that sort of rectangle align, what we now need is we want to make a rectangle from this aligns a rectangle within, and we want one where we probably yeah. This one aligns a rectangle within a window, or within another rectangle. It positions a rectangle which is aligns to a certain edge, whereas this one will align it to a certain point. So this is aligned to boundary. How do you spell it? Boundary. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe the rectangle line needs to be renamed. So you have an outer rectangle and all that, good. So when you align it to a point, we still want an outer rectangle because we don't want to go outside the bounds of the window, right? When we place a popover, the popover needs to stay in the window. So you have that outer rectangle. But then you want to have like a position, right? So so you have some kind of like some point PT. We have the sort of inner rectangle dimensions. Are these not half dims? No, they're not good. Yeah, and then you got the alignment thing, and was that it? I think so. Yeah, good. So right, so what we're going to do now is simply just make that. It should be quite simple. basically you're probably better off. Yeah. Right, so you copy paste this. So when you start with the bottom left, the left bottom, so you're producing this rectangle here. If you start with the left bottom, I guess, and just pick the maximum. Wait, gotta be careful here. These are so they're floating point. You want to pick the maximum between these two. So between point X so this would mean if it goes before the screen, or do you just want to do the alignment stuff afterwards? Yeah, you know, maybe you just do it all together at the end, rather than trying to do it for each one, because it'll just be a bit too much. So this one's just set to this point here. Then the max is basically point X, point Y plus those. So that will get you if the point was in the bottom left hand side. So now you just do like a middle version. So you get the half X. So this one is where the point needs to be in the middle, the bottom. So you need to move the rectangle back by half X. The Y stays the same. And then well, these always might as well just be R min dot X and Y. Might as well. Right, that looks sensible to me. Let's just keep going. So width of the outer rectangles, this is no, this one's quite easy actually. So we take inner dims dot X. So we bring the left hand side back by a whole. So here wants to be aligned to the bottom right here. So we bring, so rather than starting it where the top left is aligned, we bring it back by a whole one of these. So the left starts here. Maybe it's always just about setting these two and the rest just always the same. Yeah, that'd be interesting. You just find where to stick the original. Yeah, that keeps it nice and easy. Alrighty-o. Goodbye to all that. So this next one is left middle. So it's X, then it's to do the half Y. So take middle, just half Y and half X. a line right middle. So that still has the Y thing, but then you need to still minus inner dims X. See, this is like a pattern basically that goes on. Then you're at the left top. So it's basically this one, but along the Y-axis instead. So yeah. So middle top, so you need your half Y, your half X's. That one. Then your right top. Sweet. So that should be all the alignment stuff sorted out. All the different ones. We then say the max is the min plus the size of the rectangle. We are missing one thing though, and that is Linux audio. So we're not clamping it inside the region, so we definitely need to sort that out. So you gotta, it's very obvious problem how to fix, right? If you've got a rectangle which goes outside of another rectangle, you just add to all of the points how much to get it inside again, right? Quite simple. The problem comes from what happens if your rectangle is bigger. Bum 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 bum. Then what happens if it's bigger and it's outside? What do? I don't know if we'll ever really have that problem. So maybe we'll just nudge it in. Yeah, so I think we'll nudge from the right first, then the left. That way you'll always be left aligned at the end, if both end up being true. So we say is if our max dot x is greater than the outer rectangle dot max x, right, we work out the minimum or the difference, or maybe you just calculate diffs all the time. Diff is equal to this. Wait, so we're going to go towards Oh, you're saying it was positive? Yeah, so if it's outside. Yeah, if it's outside, then subtract all your R's. So have we got anything special about that rectangle? Don't think we have that. That's all right. Armin.x take equal diff. Max. Right. So we basically want to do that for every. Wait a minute. We only want to do this along the x-axis. Yeah. So we need to do that for everything. So y, if the max y is out, move the minimax y. Now we do the same thing for the mins. So if the minimum edge goes outside. So maybe it was outside on this side, and it was so big that we push this inwards this way. But now we're checking this side, and we'll push it inwards that way. So at least the left-hand side will always be inside, right? I think that's kind of a good way to do it. So this time you want to say, make sure it's negative. Is that right? No. If it's negative, add. Or does it still take away? I'm getting confused. Maybe we'll change it the other way around because it's confusing my brain. All right. So if it's greater, then move. We want to add now. Add the offset to get it back in. Cool. So I guess we can try all that out. So this should hopefully be the this align to point, which is going to be super useful. So I guess we can test this out. So popover start. We just remember the same water makes a potato soft, also makes an egg hard. Wow. Drink boiling water. But then you'll burn your mouth, man. Do you wait for it to cool down at least? Sounds quite difficult. I prefer the Pepsi Max Mango. It's quite good, especially to boiling water. But I prefer the you know, plastic water from a bottle or Volvic water. That's a good one. Right, so now we can actually get our new rectangle. So we pass in the window rectangle. Right. That should really be const. Good old const. So address of GUI.window rectangle. So we can go outside the bounds there. We pass in the position, the dimensions of the popover, how big it's going to be, and then the alignment. That produces us a rectangle. Right. That was a macro invocation, that's why it was being weird. So the rectangle goes in here. So the problem is you don't get a rectangle back out. That's one of the biggest issues with it. Yeah, you need a rectangle back out so the user can use that rectangle. I guess we can pass it back out. But yeah, so here it's not focusable or pressable, it's basically none. But we need to know if it's visible. It should always be visible. And then or maybe we just return the rectangle. Yeah, we should return the rectangle. Right, so it goes, because, yeah, probably always be there. So instead you get the yeah, that seems better. Then you can use that rectangle there to put some stuff in there. So let's put in so what position we're gonna put it in? Let's say 300 by 300, I guess. How big is it gonna be? 300 by 300, I guess. Then inside we can put a button or something. And the button could change the alignment stuff, right? So it just will move around. That'd be interesting. Yeah, that'd be an interesting demo. So the demo is going to be basically if UI button text C, if this one is equal to sorry. So we need a rectangle to go in, that's R. The string is going to be change a line, I don't know. Then we need a style, right? Yeah, good old box style. Now, that's quite nice. So here we can just say with a static UI align, align equals 0. So if it's chucking a line, then we're going to say align plus equals 1 if align is greater than or equal to UI align. Do we account? We don't have a count. Then we recap it as 0. And voila. Hey Chandu, how's it going? Greenblade, hey you guys. Wait, I'm gonna give you guys the, it's been a while since I used this. The bomber salute. Welcome. I have $1 trillion idea, do you want to implement it? Depends. Is it an MMO? Yeah, go on, spill the beans. $1 trillion. I'm not sure if many people get that who are under my age. $1 trillion. Maybe not. No. I barely ban anybody. Barely. Unless they deserve it. Oh. Right. So the idea is, oh, get ready. Alright, so we've got the buttons changed to the align, that's super great. Now let's finish the rest of this thing. So it's just a box. Right, we just need to draw a box. So all this needs to ink the layer, doesn't it? There's no if visible, it's always visible. Ooh. It could be false though. There's also the clipping. No, clipping gets reset. Wait. We got clip rec. We need to reset the clipping rectangle. How does this happen? Yeah, clipping rectangle. Yeah, okay. So we overwrite this. So before you do anything, you reset the clipping rectangle. Which would be GUI dot window rectangle dot Z W. Oh, actually no, it would be min max. Oh. So reset that. It's always going to be visible. I guess we can assert that. Expected popovers to always be visible. So the only time they can't be is if the window itself is 0 pixels. Right. But yeah. In the window, right. We'll see about that. So what's the next thing we need? We need to increment the draw layer. So UI draw layer, increment the draw layer. When you end, you decrement the draw layer. One thing that we're missing is we need to draw the box, the background box. So we're drawing it inside the rectangle, and then we need the style, obviously, and voila. Right, what is the line? Oh, count is not handled. Cool. Alright, so let's give that a go. Things should be fine. Should be fine. But we should have a popover that's always around, and we should be able to click on the align thing. It should move the popover around the pivot point. Right, so hopefully the stream don't die. Stream's still alive. Here it is. There's okay. Margin and padding. We didn't take that into account. And these are not it's not a clickable button by the looks of it. So there's something to do with let's edit that thing quickly. So we did we've had the other one, this rectangle line to boundary. This is what we've done in the past. I think we increased the size of by the margin or something like that. No. There's padding in that. Yeah, maybe it was alright. Yeah, it is in bounds. Right, let's do something with a rectangle at least. Let's align it. UI rectangle cut center vertical. So we're cutting this vertically, and let's say we want it to be 60 pixels. Then horizontally we'll say 250 pixels. So that should cut it nicely and center it a bit, so it's not so janky. Right, 250 is a bit too little. We'll make it 260. Right, it says our popover. We can't hover over it for some reason. Go look into that. Is it because something else steals the focus? Something else probably steals the mouse focus later on. Right? But it doesn't. Because that does there, but not here. That's very bizarre. It's probably because we reset something. What though? What do we reset? I think it's in widget start. It's all in the widget code. I think so. Focused. Yes, it's got to be. It's got to gain some form of mouse focus, right? So update focus state is focusable. It must land in there. So it clips your rectangle with the current clipping rec. Then set mouse focus next frame. Seems legit. Like, why isn't that happening? What happens if we do this before any of the... Well, no, we can't. Or maybe we can just not do any of the other UI. Alright, let's just only display the popover. Does it show? Oh! Right, so the mouse focus is being stolen. So we should probably draw the... Yeah, so that's all the alignment stuff. We should probably draw the point on the screen because that should be quite nice to see. To visualize that in a deep... right, so we want to be able to say UI draw... You know, let's find that box draw. I don't want to type it out. Well, we can make a rectangle and just draw it. Something like this. So you draw your thing. We can draw it inside the popover. But we don't want it to be clipped. It's going to get clipped a bit. Or unless... No, we draw it on another layer above, maybe. It's just difficult. You know what? Inside the popover code, we can debug draw it. So we can just debug draw before we do anything with the clipping. Color white, just make it white all the way around. It's in a solid color actually. So we're drawing from center position of pause and half dims of let's just say 1. Radius of 0. So that should Oh shoot, no, that'll be a 0 then. So local space 0 position. Okay, so we give that a go. Yeah, so that's where it's being aligned there. There's some margin being applied. But if we move it there, see, and that's bottom right, then middle left, middle middle, middle right, left top, middle top, right top. So that's quite nice. It's got a bit of margin on it still. I guess that's the offset. But, yeah. Yeah, so although that works there, right, let's quickly test the problems where it goes outside the screen. Let's move it like 100 or to 100 and on the left, and let's just see how it behaves. See, it doesn't move, it just stays in. That's good. And let's go all the way to the other end. So let's do 1300. See, it's always in there. Well, actually, no, that's a bit too much. Let's too little. Let's say 1400. Right. See, it's always in, even though this is meant to be aligned to the bottom left, but it didn't quite. Yep. Cool. So yeah, it's always going to stay in, which is nice. Right. So I'm glad we tested that. So there's a couple more things we need to do. We just need to get the we need to get the actual input to be working when there's stuff behind it for some reason. Doesn't work. What about full screen the game? I don't think the swap chain resizes. Yes, we get glitches. We have the only thing we haven't completed in the GPU backend is swap chain recreation. So this is a problem. We are probably just going to continue to skate around even when I get my 4K monitor. I'm just going to check if you're above 1080p and then just double it, maybe. The rest of the render code does scale to whatever resolution you want. It's just I haven't done the swap chain recreation yet. Because I've just, not really needed to, basically. Hey there, Wajilla, how's it going? Boom, 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 boom. Bit funky, innit? Yeah. Terrible technology. What is LOD? Level of detail. So this is the lowest level of detail. Yeah. The highest level of detail. Bum, 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 bum. Currently struggling with orbit cam. Right. Yeah, I've not really done an orbit cam before. But yeah, maths, man. It's one of those things where you just, need to remember it. And learn. And then slowly learn over time what it means. Or what the maths means. Yeah, the orbit cam. Yeah, I wonder what you do for that. You could just use, you know, like look at probably. Oh yeah. So you want to orbit. You got a point in space, and you want to like rotate the camera around based. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. Yeah. I wonder whether it's good just to reconstruct the matrix every frame with like a GL look at, or if you actually just. Oh, that's interesting. I've never done it. Yeah, you can use like the spherical coordinates, isn't it, and just move around the sphere. Just. Yeah. Yeah, you just rotate it. Yeah, you move. You move the matrix back to where the thing you want to orbit around. Maybe that's what you'd do. So you got your box, and you got the player. I guess the camera. Terrible camera. Um, you translate this. You make sure this. Whenever you want to move your view from world matrix, you translate it so where the thing you want to orbit around is in the middle. So you translate that back into a space where instead of being, you move it so where this is the new origin of the matrix. Apply the rotation of how much you want to rotate. Maybe you got the rotations as a skate in spherical coordinates. Yeah, I think you keep the 2 or the 3. Wait, what was it? Yeah, you keep the 3 spherical coordinate values and you increment those. And those you turn into a matrix, and then and that's orbiting around this. Yeah. And then you translate that back into view into view space afterwards. Like apply the translation back afterwards to move it into view space. Yeah, I think that's quite simple. Yeah, that's probably the way. So you need code like this. Spherical. Wait, it's in my shader code. Yeah, so you'll need something like this. When I ported this from some website, I had to change these around to make it right. Because it wasn't producing it correct. But yeah, you basically just have 3 parameters, which would be your radius, theta and phi. And you just change the theta and phi angle when you move the mouse. And then use this to produce, to go from spherical coordinates back into a 3D position. Yeah, that can work. Where the camera is. And I guess you'll change the radius whenever you move back. Right, the camera back. I think this is probably the sensible way to go if you did an orbit cam. Just reconstruct the matrix every frame. What I would do. Right, so how the hell, or why the hell, is... So what is setting the mouse focus widget next? I could get it to print a call stack every time. What? Nothing? Yeah, set next frame. Oh, what is this? David doesn't become. Yeah, okay. Hey there, Cranson, how's it going? How you been? Maybe should I print a stack trace every time? Maybe it's better. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. You shouldn't hover over too many per frame. So if you see a couple of stack traces, then problem in it. So there, what we're seeing. Find my stack traces. Here we go. We've got a few, or a couple. A nice pair. So one is coming from the button 953, which is the one we want to hover over. Then later on, one from the list. The list? The list is stealing my focus? Right. Okay. So yeah. So we need to have a new thing. We need to go, hey, what layer are you on? Right. And so okay. So whenever you do any of these, like, hey, set these to the next. Shoot. Hey, no idea. Been a while. I've been thinking about you. Been wondering where you're at and how you doing. Good to see you. Yeah. How's it going? Let me talk about everything but my game. No, I'm joking. Let's talk about my game. So the game has got an LOD system now. So wait, I've got a bunch of stack traces being printed out. Let me nuke that code. Right, we know how to fix the problem. Yeah. It's been wondering where you've been at. Yeah, so we've got anti-aliasing working when we ray trace. We alpha blend between LODs. We have an LOD system. This is 16 volumes of 128 cubed, which is somewhere about 1.6 million spheres for each one of these, right? Kinda. And I'm trying to cheat by. Yeah. So what do we do? We take all the spheres that we're going to render. We go from the highest to LOD. We use an occlusion buffer and cull any spheres and stop at a certain LOD based on these two things here, right? What is the min cluster height before you deem it worthy to be rendered? And because we want to avoid pop-in, we kind of alpha blend between the two LODs, which is kind of a thing I didn't want to do, but it might be required. So this is where we've got to. After we've done this texture viewer, because we're working on a texture viewer right now, to view textures to improve the debuggability of things. Hey, this can maybe this is the graphics we should ship with, you know? Maybe this should be the graphics, some sort of like alien looking egg thing. Anyway. Yeah, we're doing a texture viewer to make it so it's just dead easy just to debug stuff, compare graphic, like pick, things. Yeah, maybe this is the art style. I'm being dead serious. Look at that. It's funky. I want to do PBR to make things look nicer, but maybe we don't do PBR. I don't know. I want to try and focus on making the individual balls look nice next. And then we'll go back into trying to make the best ball renderer, basically, or ellipsoid renderer. But yeah, that's where we've been at. Struggling with sleep. See some meds. Oh man, sorry to hear about that. Do you Yeah, do you if you're struggling with like sleep, recommend like you know getting a good workout in, physically tire yourself out, and that will make you want to go to sleep. Another one is just listen to stuff like podcasts and stuff, and that maybe help you go. That's stuff that helps me go out. Yeah, hold up. What was the from spherical thing? Didn't screenshot in time. Sure thing. Bearing in mind, I took it from the internet and I had to change it to get my XY stuff the right way around, or the XYZ. Yeah, you can screenshot it now. So basically, the X, Y, and Z ended up not being populated with the right values. So make sure you manually poke values into here and see see what comes out. And you might have to mess around with your sine and cosine, and make sure you get that working correct. Yeah, I don't know why someone else's didn't work. It must be the coordinate system that we're using. A bit different. Yes, you have to sort of just monkey around with it until you get it right. Yeah, I'll leave that up for a bit while I'm talking. I might have a way forward. Take a lot of time, sadly. Oh no. Other than that, just chilling. Work is mostly mentally taxing without proper sleep. Getcha. Yeah, just thinking too hard can really like make you, yeah, a bit distant. And yeah. To be honest, Blend doesn't look half bad. Yeah, it's not necessarily about the looks. The reason why I do it is for the looks. The problem is the performance, I'm thinking. But I guess you're rendering the lower LOD and your next LOD. But yeah, I think that the problem is like you're rendering two LODs at once. That's the problem, and you have to probably you're rendering two LODs at once. That's what the problem is. Performance, but it didn't seem to be too bad from my tests. But yeah, any bit of savings counts, and you want to accumulate all those performance savings. But I'm working on my UI, rewrite the back end to use OpenGL and freelibs for text stuff. Interesting. Is Vulkan too much to maintain, or is it just to sort of get to make it more accessible to people? Because people are not really moving over to Vulkan. Edit trial, the problem is lowering or even delaying a dose of meds permanently damages my sleep. Oh. That's not good, man. Yeah. I hope you find a way out of taking the meds. But I don't know your medical history or anything. But yeah, I hope you sort out the sleep thing, because not going to sleep sucks. You can do it for a short term, but long term it does affect you. I think, yeah, since I've had the baby, it's kind of been, yeah, kind of not been getting the best sleep either, but I still get at least 6 hours, so it's nothing to complain about. Yes, just keep experimenting with stuff. I'm sure you'll find something that helps you out. Yeah, it took me years to sort my joint problems out, but I sorted those out. Just keep at it, man. To avoid double render, why not do some kind of screen space blending with the previous frames buffer? Yeah, you can do that stuff, right? And we're already doing that with the feature in the texture view we're just building. The occlusion buffer, right? Here's the depth buffer from the previous frame being reprojected, right? But I want to try and avoid this stuff as much as possible. I don't, you know, maybe it is fine because the type of game we're making. The game we're making is just an RPG or whatever, top down. So it might be alright. I don't know. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Screen space blending, frame. We'll save what something pops in. Pop in. Yeah, I guess if something pops in hard, you want it to. Oh. Yeah, maybe. Maybe what you do is you never fully commit the previous frame. No, I don't know. That seems a bit weird. Maybe. Problem is you'll get object smearing. So say if you apply 10% of your new frame and 90% of the previous frame, you could be moving horizontally and you'll see that effect, right? You would see it smearing. So no, screen space wouldn't be too good. I guess you could have ways to counteract this. But yeah, I can see the idea though. Maybe there's ways. So when we set the next mouse thing to be focused, we also need to set the next at what layer was that at, right? So I think that's the way we need to roll. So only for the mouse. The rest all work off of the mouse, I think. We can fix the other ones later on if they become a problem. I don't know. So for now, you need to say if GUI.layer. Wait a minute. Draw.layer. If that is greater than or equal to the current GUI dot. Wait, so it's just less than, and we return. Oh yeah. And then if not, we store the current layer. And then we need to make sure that we reset that every frame. So every frame, when we reset this to none, we reset this to 0. Okay, so I think that's the fix. And if so, we can do another recap. Yeah, he gets some ghosting, which is one of those effects where you don't want him. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm liking that sort of gross style. So before we fix this, maybe Wait, this wasn't the style. Where was it? Maybe I'll never see it again. No, this is too pixely. It was kind of smoothy. Oh no, I had the balls. The balls were larger. Yeah, maybe we can do something where. Oh. Yeah, maybe we should play around with some different shading. Try and see if we do a custom shading or something. Because when people say like more of a stylized renderer, typically they just mean like cell shading. Maybe we can try and like, you know, because if you did like PBR, you have more realistic. I guess you could kind of follow realism to some extent, but I don't know. Maybe there's something different we could do. Because typically nowadays people mix PBR with like cell shading, and then yeah, I don't know. Could be interesting. Right, where was we at? Yes, why wasn't this working? If the current draw layer is less than, then you return. So why aren't we setting this then? So I guess we need to put that stack trace in there again. Let's chuck in the stack trace again. Let's just see how it should only get called once. Yeah, it's just called once. 5. So why is it never... Oh, it is hovering. Okay, maybe I didn't hit compile properly. Wait. But it's working. That's awesome. Oh yeah, popovers are in. Sweet, so we can record a recap. So I've got to talk about this issue as well. But yeah, so we also changed this a little bit. Should we quickly just sweep over this popover code? So we've got a debug pixel, that's nice. Yeah, we've got things to talk about there. Let's reset the clip. Reset clip rectangle to the whole screen. Align point. I've got to talk about that new function as well. It's pretty nice. ID hash visible. Right increment draw the box. Decrement layer. Oh, this is gonna be good. Okay. Rightio. Put a marker down. Alright, so we just got done implementing this popover now, so we'll just go and see that now. So notice here how we've got this popover here. We're going to hit change align, and it's going to cycle through the different alignments here. Pretty cool. Hang on a minute. Wait, we've got to redo that. Where the crap is my... Where's this? Why aren't I seeing that anymore? Let's make it 2 pixels bigger. Why aren't I seeing this? There should be a pixel right here-ish. Where's my pixel? There's the draw layers. Oh, it's been drawn underneath? No. Fine, it's outside the bounds. Oh, the clipping didn't get reset, so it clipped. Right. No, 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 no. It's still not there. It's probably getting clipped by something. No, it can't be. What did we change? I changed that around, but surely I didn't think it. The last thing we did is fix the UI. But yeah, we should be seeing a pixel that's being drawn. Or a couple of pixels. This is confusing. Can I say UI clip? Set current 0. Hopefully this doesn't break the GPU. Here we go. Still don't see anything. How weird. So that's gonna get clipped, right? Oh, that didn't get clipped. Damn it. Okay, we'll just. All right. Anyway, let's do this one instead. All right, so we've just got the popover code implemented now. So here it is. So here's this sort of align point, which you'll see in the code again. So if we change the alignment, so this is where the position is aligned to the lower left. And we change it, this is lower middle. This one it's aligned to the lower right. Left middle, middle middle, right middle, and when the point is aligned to the top left, top middle, top right. So these are the different ways you can align the popover, which is quite nice. So our combo box is going to be like this one, right at the top middle. That'd be super cool. So yeah, we just drew the point with our draw API here, so we'll get rid of that at some point. But so let's go to the actual user code. So we did have to change the API a bit. So it's always going to be visible. That's what we decided to settle on. So it's always going to be visible. So you get back the rectangle where you start drawing all the children of the popover. So basically it's the same input parameters. So it's 300 in on each axis, and it's got 300 width and height. So then we center align this change line button, and every time you click it, it just ups the align, and we get to test them all out. So we also added the ability to clamp it with inside the screen. So if we move this to 100 on the X, we'll see that when you change the alignment, that it will always stay inside the screen. So this is not really centered anymore, right? And it'll work like that. So that's pretty nice. And it works on any edge of the screen. So the popover will always be visible and it will always be clamped inside the bounds of the screen. So let's go into the implementation of this. So we added a new, so when we go into the function, we reset the clip rectangle so it's the whole screen, so nothing gets clipped. We use this new function which basically takes in that position, the dimensions of the popover, and how to align it to based on the position, right? Which we'll just briefly look at that in a second. We then do the standard create your widget, and we always ensure that it is visible. So I guess this will maybe fail if the screen becomes less than a pixel, or sorry, 0 pixels. Then we increment the draw layer, the thing we made last devlog. We draw the box for the popover, and this is me doing the debug drawing, which we'll delete. Then when we end the popover, we decrement the layer and end the widget. So let's look at this function here just quickly. So I already had another function like this, but basically we figure out where the minimum of the rectangle is going to be based on the alignment. So if we align it, the point to the bottom left, the min is equal just to the point. Whereas if it's sort of the middle bottom, it ends up being like take away the half X. So that means that point will be aligned to the middle bottom of the box. So we just essentially work out the minimum of the rectangle, and then after the rectangle we apply. So after all that alignment stuff, the max is just the min plus the dimensions of the popover rectangle. And then here we do some clamping with inside the bounds of the screen. So we do the max first. So we bring it in from the right hand side and the top. We bring it in, and then we check the minimum, and then we bring it in from the minimum. That way, if the box ends up being, so you got the window, and if the popover ends up being bigger than the actual window, we bring it in first from the right, and then we bring it in from the left, and that will mean that at least the popover's lower left will be aligned nicely, right, at least. That'd be cool. So that's the design we're going for that one. So now we've got this implemented, let's go and implement the ComboBox. Hey, 2, how's it going? I might call you OB2. Yeah, that's a good one. How's it going, OB2? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. So, popovers are now done. So we're going to get rid of this debug draw stuff. And now we're going to go full ham and do the ComboBox. So the ComboBox is basically a popover plus a list view. So I guess let's go to seeing. So what we have is we have MIPs, and when we want to do a MIP, select a MIP, we want to have a drop down of all the MIP level numbers and be able to select that, right? So a common case is an enumeration. That is the common case. And you have more complex cases where you want more control. Or is enums just good enough? So you probably, you might want a more complex API where you say combo box. So in goes a rectangle, right? In goes. So we might do a state thing, right? Maybe a state. Maybe it's like combo box state. I don't know. I don't know anymore. And then maybe you do like a box style. Now, you want to know if it's open, right? And then maybe you can do all your list items in there, right? So it's basically just like a list view. Right, and maybe you can do the programmatic list here, but that's a bit overkill when sometimes you just want an enum. So sometimes you just want combo box enum, and for this one we could probably say, we'll probably have different versions like U8, U32, U16, but the default one is probably U32. Yeah, maybe we'll have different versions like enum U32, and you pass in. Yeah, I wonder though. Maybe you pass in to the value. You then pass in how many values. You then pass in a pointer to all the strings. And then you get back at if the value has changed. A boolean. Going good. Just begun work on crowd publishing kind of app. Crowd publishing? What is that? Cool. Nice. What platform the app going to be on? So this is the more sort of like, yeah, it's kind of getting close to my max number of values, 5, right? 5 values for a thing, but for a function call. Yeah, see, these two could be the way that we do it. But the problem with this is I don't know how big. Well, I do know how big. I can scan over all the value strings and know how big the item needs to be or something. Item. Yeah, I think it's possible. So this is going to be kind of similar to the list state. It might be. Oh yeah, it's not going to be the same, but kind of close. So ComboBox. Yeah. Why has no one called it a ComboBox before? It just solves all the problems. Let's do it. That's what custom code bases are all about. The ComBox. That better be a safe word to say. Right, there we go. ComBox. Let's type in, here we go. So yeah, we want like a persistent scroll Y. Oh yeah, you need to static the crap out of this. So you're on a persistent scroll Y. Item range, you don't need that. Wait, sorry. You want to know. Right, that's an interesting thing. I remember in I'm GUI they have a way of displaying what is the current combo box say. So you could select a certain item, and what's displayed in the combo box is different. Yeah. Don't think that's a problem, to be fair. Yeah. So what do I want to stick in here? I want to stick in the number of values. So yeah, the number of values, that's an in parameter. The item height is probably a sensible one. Yeah, how would you infer the item height from a? I guess you would just use the box style, isn't it? Yeah, you just use the box style text height plus a few bells and whistles. Yeah, it's probably right. Item height. What else? Item range. Yeah, it's right on it. So I think that's what we want. Let's write some prototypes. UI ComboBox. UI rectangle. Just call them rec. We do. Yeah, we call them rect. Rectangle. This UI ComboBox state. And the UI style as a pointer as well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it returns whether or not the UI is open. Right, if it's open, I guess we need to make that one. See, visible is not really a good one. We want to know whether the combo box is open. Bit different. Open, not open. It's just a bit more readable, right? More self-documenting. UI rectangle are right. Then this will return. You want to know if it's changed. Combo box enum e32. We could probably just do e32 one. That'll be e32 value that gets mutated in and out. We want a values count. We also want a values strings. Like so. All right. All right, e32 value const char star value strings. Oh, come on. Sweet. Cool, so I guess we can talk about this design and then we can go and implement that. It's going to be fun. Right, so I've just gone and sketched out the ComboBox API, so usage code and then the API. So I think there's two main ways that we want to use it. Effectively, what we want is a way to basically say, hey, I want to start a combo box. We've got this persistent state thing here, and if it's open, we then want to be able to list all of our selectable items in here and do the manual, do the, we'll loop over all of our widgets. Wait a minute. Holy crap. Oh, no. You just go over all the values. Wait, but you could have scrolled off. Right. Yeah, 2 seconds. I didn't think that entirely through properly. List. Yeah, it has a number. Yeah, you need one of these. Values or item range, item height. Yeah. Gonna be good. Right. Out parameter return from. No. I guess so. I don't know. Right, so again. Okay, so we've just gone and designed the API for the ComboBox. So we did the usage code and then wrote this API up here. So the more complex version would be you define your ComboBox state here, you fill it in, right? And then you say if the ComboBox is open, we are then gonna go over all of the range of items that has been sent back out, like the list view from the previous streams. We've seen that. Wait a minute, I'll redo that. I don't think I've seen it. Where we did it. We did it we did it here, didn't we? List. Yeah, I should have said previous devlog. But anyway, it's basically this. I should have written the code. So I want to say state, you do like an if button with your strings in there, right? I should have done it as 0, but anyway. This is better. Right, so again. Right, so we've just written out the ComboBox API, and so we did the usage code and then we did the API afterwards. So this is the more complex version, which the simpler version is going to be implemented with. But basically you have your persistent ComboBox state, like the list state that we saw from the previous devlog when we did that. So you have your rectangle that you would have made where the ComboBox populates, and you then say if the ComboBox is open, right? It returns this sort of open enum, which would be 0 for not open and true for open. If it's open, we go over all of the items which are in the scroll area. It's going to use the list thing under the hood, and then it returns that item range out to you, and you basically go over all the button and do the buttons manually and say, hey, if this thing is selected, then I can change my enum or whatever. So this gives you the control of, first of all, choosing how you style those widgets inside the ComboBox, but also gives you more control on how you want to set the value once it's been selected. That's quite nice to have. So here's this state here. So we'll have this sort of persistent state of the scroll Y of the box when it's open. So you'll be able to, well, yeah, I guess you can change that yourself manually if you wanted to. Here's the item range that comes out. So we use that here, obviously. We need to set the item height to say, hey, how big is each of our items going to be? So you can calculate how big the scroll bar needs to be and how far it needs to scroll, and how many values are going to go into this ComboBox. So again, it can set the scroll bar properly. The simpler version is here, where the most common case is we just want to change an enum. So we're going to have a bunch of different ones with like a U32, U8, U16. And these ones, taking the pointer to the value to change, the number of values, and all the strings for each value in the combo box. And this will be implemented using this under the hood. And it returns a boolean to say when it has changed. So it's just a bit different. Yeah, the prototype's there. So now we're going to go ahead and actually implement these two under the hood, and you'll see that in just a second. Right. Does anyone know a good way robust sound effects pack? No, I've never actually done sound in my stuff. Oh my days. No, I'm sure there's a you can search for like royalty free sound effects, right? And you can just sort of look for places where I use this one for my devlog, wasn't it? Yeah, these guys I use for my devlog. They're good. You don't need to give any attribution. People just upload sounds. So check this one out maybe. Yeah, you'll be able to get a bunch of sound effects there. Find the ones you want. Yeah, Pixabay they're called. Yeah, search for that. And you can use those while you don't have any of your own special effects as placeholder, which is quite nice. Alright, so implement this lovely API. It's gonna be amazing. Gonna be amazing. So we got to find the quality is usually a bit hit or miss. Is it really? I don't know. A lot of the ones on that website, when I did the full, when I was listening to a lot of tracks, they were quite good. So, but some of just weren't the genre I was looking for a devlog. They were quite, yeah, like advertisements. Some of them, like an advertisement music. Yeah. Right. So we'll have. Well, we did the input box, right? Yeah, input type. Interesting. You call it input type? No, you call it value type. So I guess we'll just do U8, U16. I could do signed numbers as well, but the signed ones are just gonna... No signed. Signed is a dumb idea. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's just an enum. Yeah, I guess the enum... Yeah, this is only gonna do a certain range. Yes, there's got to be a smooth enumeration, which for me is probably going to be okay. Yeah, starts adding even more complexity, and I guess if we need that, we can always just add it, right? But anyway, I'm missing the fact that each of ours actually start with an ID, right? And IDs are just line numbers. Unless you're in a for loop and need to provide a distinct ID. ComboBox start rectangle state style, rectangle state style with a line number at the start. So it saves us having to get somehow calculate a unique ID. It's pretty sweet. Right, it's got to call the right thing. I'm going to be calling the wrong thing. That'll be fun. There'll be a GPU crash in a bit. Well, maybe not. CPU crash. UA 16 32. We can do the signed variants too. 8 16 32. Do the signed variant. Pretty nice. The alignment can be off there. I'm fine with that. So these ones actually need some of these. So you could probably call it ComboBox U8. Rectangle value pointer values count value strings. Plop all of that in there like a champ. Now you repeat that. 16, 32. Crying out loud, I missed this one here. Cool. So we need to repeat that for the signed numbers. And voila. It's gonna be awesome. Gonna be great. So what we need to do now is implement the internals of this. Should be a walk in the park. We've done all the heavy lifting already. Multiple draw layers, popovers, list, view, right? It's all there. So the basic idea is you've got, I guess anything that would be a bit is like you got to draw the open and closed symbol, maybe, you know, to show that it is a combo box. But maybe we can draw something. Yeah. But yeah, so how do we want to do this? So we need a box that is clickable, and so essentially we probably just want to look for a button. Simple as this. So if the thing is not visible, then we want to return UI right. So if it's visible, then we go in here, else UI not open. This one is going to return, so right, you do your widget is focusable, pressable. I think we need to pre-compute the ID hash because we want to know if we are selected. We want to know whether or not we are. Wait. I can just use focus state, can't I? Yeah, I need to keep track whether or not it's open or not via a Boolean, I think. Yeah, button text. Yeah, I want something like this. That means IDs might collide if the macros are used in different files, right? Might be worth adding an ID offset. Yeah, that is true. That's a good analysis there. But it's actually quite simple to solve. So what you can do is every time, like, you just pass in the ID, right? And then you just so if you were to create something which is shared across multiple files, as long as it has a parent widget. Okay, I didn't describe that right. So basically, like, when you have a widget start and a widget end, and you pass in an ID of 5, this is only a problem if two siblings have 5. We hash the IDs together into an ID hash. That's why it's called an ID hash when we saw that earlier. So that will take all of the previous IDs and hash them all together. So if we have, so this is a problem. This is not a problem. So if you're having a function which reuses UI that is created in different files, if you pass in an ID, it solves the problem because you can just set this to whatever, and the IDs from that point will never overlap the siblings unless, because the file's going to know it's, the other file that called this function is going to know where it is siblings, if you get what I mean. So this solves, the multiple file thing is not a problem, basically. Yeah. So I think it's the way that Dear I'm GUI works, but we don't do it with strings, we do it with line numbers, basically. Yeah. Open close handle might be difficult since you hate triangles. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what I've got circles and rectangles, right? Oh, I've got lines. We've got lines. We can do it. Sleepy Rhino, how you been? Yeah, I'm doing good, man. How's it going? Things are going good. We're just currently working on a texture viewer, so we can take screenshots and all this, but I needed to up my UI game. So currently working on some popovers and combo boxes, really. So you only do the fastest everything for top level widgets that use and usability overhead is not worth worrying about. Well, yeah. So as long as you basically need to make when you have cross-file communication, you need to wrap the function that gets called. It needs to start a widget and end a widget. So you need to make your own widgets with every function that you share across files. But which is probably the way you're going to do it anyway. But yeah, should be right. So now we need to know if it's open or not. So if it's visible, so we don't really have the open state. So I guess what's interesting is the user can poke the open, if it's open or not. So we have Boolean is open. So it could start open if you wanted to. Bit weird, but you can do it. It's an in-out parameter. So the user can just control that. So what we're just going to say is, if state is open, then, right, and then we return is open. Cool. So how do we set this is open? So if you are to click on the widget, so if UI focus state is equal to focus state, are we saying oppressed? Yes, as soon as you press it. So if it's pressed, then you OR that on. maybe. Then this is going to open up. If it's open, you then call UI popover start. I want to pop it over right, the position is going to be rectangle. So we need to be in the center. We need to create a new, the position, which is going to be rectangle min plus UI rectangle dims half dims dot x, then rectangle min dot y. Now there's something wherever it goes off the screen. Oh yeah, you're right, because we did it. Yeah, it should be fine. We handled it, and it should be the way I want it to be handled. So we throw the pos in there, then we throw in the dims. So how big do we want this combo box to be width-wise? We didn't really say about that in the combo box state. I knew how we could calculate it. So we got item height. What about width? Item width height. Screw it. So I need to talk about that change as well. So for this one, so you only really want to display probably 5 items maybe on the. So when you start the popover, what do people usually display? 5 items? I don't know anymore. Maybe starts getting a bit too much, doesn't it? Otherwise, but you want 5 items, and there's like a scroll bar in there, and you know what? No, maybe we just take. Wait. Wind that back. We just take the width of the rectangle. What are we talking about? So the width to the dims is going to be the width of the rectangle, and the y is going to be the item height. State item height multiplied. Oh no, you get quite big actually. The number of items you want to view. So maybe that could be a constant somewhere. Values, viewable values. So that's 5. Max viewable values, then viewable values is the minimum between state values count and max viewable values. Then you probably got a plus, like, what is the well, we're not doing anything automatic in here. Oh, we've said item height. Oh yeah, so we've got to plus like the inner inner sizing. And I think we've done this before. So you do your popover. Wait, so you do your popover that have a border and a padding. Yeah, we do some bits. Interesting. Right. I see. There is this thickness dims. So thickness is a bit like it's a left, right, top, bottom thing. Right, horizontal, vertical. I think we can use this. So we want like a vertical, so the bottom plus top. So we want to say plus style the padding on the inside, right? Plus style border thickness. Wait. Times 2. I think it's something like that. So what did I get wrong here? I think that's right. Item height times the number of viewable values plus the inner padding, basically, which includes the border and padding. Yeah, I think that's right. Say your dims, then your alignment. The align is, hey, I want this position to be at the top middle, or the middle top. Right. Then my style for this box, I guess is gonna be the same style. I guess so. Double style. Yeah, I guess you use the same style as the box. So you then start that. Bear in mind, we should have drawn the box beforehand. So it doesn't matter actually because it's on another layer. But anyway, maybe we draw it anyway beforehand. So we should really draw the box, and we should probably also draw the there's text that goes in there, and then there's also a little lovely arrow based on the is open state. It's quite nice. So we can do that. We need to put the piece of text in here. And how do we know that? We don't really know it. So we need that to be passed in as well. So this is the selected value. Yeah, that is a lovely in parameter. So, you know, I did call it value. Why don't we call it item? Yeah. Rightio. So we just added this string. So how do we do the text, right? How do we do text before? So there is a button with a bit of text on it. Let's look at that one. So we did a text draw. By the drawing rectangle. Right, then it does the clip based on the box. Then you want to draw the string, state selected item string. Oh, it wants to be one of those ones. Right, it can't be a C string. No problem. Yeah, we'll manually string len it. Core string. Align it to the middle? No. We're going to align it to the left middle. Right. Middle on the Y, right? So that will then draw the text in there. Then on the right hand side, we want to draw the button. So the clip, right? This clip that we're doing, we want to clip the text. Unless we draw the button on top with a bit of background, then it kind of doesn't matter, right? Maybe we just draw. We take the background, draw over it, right? Or you adjust the clipping shape. So this box clip. Yeah, maybe we just draw an extra thing because yeah. So you probably just want to draw. Let's at least just draw a box to say where it's going to go, and we'll make it like red or something, painfully obvious, and then we'll adjust it from there. So instead we want to draw UI draw shape. Something like this, right? So we want to draw just something solid. We'll make it red. We're going to say, hey, it's the size of the height of the draw rectangle that we have left, right? So we want to know, like, what is the dim for this thing? So it's draw, it's like UI rectangle dims of draw rectangle with but just the Y, and that is going to be used across. Wait, half dims. Whoops. Half dims. So we splat that out to the X and Y. Then the radius is 0. No, it has a radius. Whatever style radius is. You need a selected style. Right. Based on that. State style radius. Now where's this going? It's going on the right hand side, moved in by half dim. So it is basically, is that passing in by valley? No. Oh, it's a center position. Whoops. Yeah. So it's literally just like, hey, take the right middle take draw rectangle dot x, sorry, max x, take it in by half dim, and then take your draw rectangle dot y plus half dim. I think that's right. Min dot y. Okay. That seems sensible. So that will just draw the... Right, I think that's good. So if it's open, does the popover start? Now the issue is here, you don't know how to do popover close. Oh. Sorry, you only call end if popover is open. Yeah, so we'll just do popover close. Excellent. Oh, sorry, popover end. Not close. Yeah, so only if it's open will this function get called. So going back to here, we've got But we didn't do a list in there. We're missing one more thing, which is the list. UI list state. But we've got to fill in all the bells and whistles here now. Which part of them come from the ComboBox state. So the list state is going to take the scroll Y from this state. That is an in-out parameter, so we need to make sure we reset that back in our state after we've called it. Yes. Item range. We don't care about setting that one. That can be uninitialized. Item height needs to be thrown in. And item count. Damn it. Oh, okay, items count, cool. So then we call UI if UI list. It should always be visible. UI visible, so we're going to assert that. Well, the thing could be so small that it's never visible because you don't have any items. But if you don't have any items, you should return false, right? If you don't have any items, you need to handle that. That's cool. Right, I like this. This is good. So you pass in the rectangle, which you should have got the popover rectangle out here. Call it R. R goes in there. The list state goes in next, followed by the lovely style. Wait, no style. The list. We're gonna have boxes inside boxes inside boxes. We don't like that. This list needs to have an empty style. Do we have a no style? Like a style that does absolutely nothing. Style 0. My man. Cool. So we want to assert these visible, like we did in the popover. And we need to make sure that the since we're always in the window and have at least one item. So where do we put that check? So we always draw the box. We could assert it where you have no items, or a bit weird. You kind of well, I could just display nothing. Display that empty string. So is open rest. So you never want it to open. Right, so if you have no items, that's a really bad. That's a really bad. Like, why? You should probably make the thing disabled if you have no items, right? Yeah, it should probably say it opens, but maybe you should say if it opens and state items count greater than 0. So you just don't do the popover stuff. And that way because if it's open, then it's going to act on that. Yeah. So I guess this will be a bit inconsistent with the return value, but that's okay. Right, so visible, that's good. You do a start, so you need to do a list end. So ComboBox end needs to do a popover end. It also needs to do a widget end. And it needs to do a list end. So list end is first, popover end, then a widget end for up there. Widget end should have happened a while ago. Shoot. Do you always need to call it then? No. This should be... Widget end should have happened time ago. This should probably be some kind of button. Right. Okay, so I think we can we just got to change how this works. So we say it's visible. If the thing is visible, the end has to happen somewhere. The widget end has to happen here. If it's not visible, it also has to happen after you've done the drawing of the widget, and then we can do the all of this. Right, so I think that seems alright. This is probably it. We just gotta so I wonder where you would yeah, we should return early. So we only just see this widget pop up or something. Interesting. Oh, rectangle doesn't get filled in. That's a bit silly. Yeah, maybe we say let's cut from the bottom. So we say rectangle UI rec cut from the bottom, please, by I don't know 50, right? And we can always change it to cut top, and then you do like an A or something like that, right? All right. So at least we're going to test that out. We're not set up the state properly. We've got to do that too. So we'll set up the state, and then we'll be able to see how well this works. Right, I'm just going to take a quick break and get another drink, and then we'll come back, fill in the state, and give this a good old test. We've got with. Right. Enjoy the tunes. BRB. Welcome back, everybody. The water has been fetched. So, right, we want to display a bunch of items and such. So, we need to make sure that we did miss resetting these back out. There's a couple of out parameters. So after you've done the list, you need to say state scroll y is equal to the list state dot scroll y. Then you need to say the item range needs to also be set as well. Back out, because they're the only out parameters. Very nice. I just realized in the video, I don't think I mentioned about this layer thing. Maybe that's not a problem. Yeah. Don't have to document everything, do I? Yeah, maybe it's okay. So let's set up all these bells and whistles correctly. So it's persistent. So what do we need to set manually? The start, which is constant. Right, I guess we can have our test enum stuff. So we're gonna put down a little custom enum thing. So we'll say values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's our custom values. We can say values count, or we can, right. So the is open is selected, so selected our item string. Those are going to be ignored. Yeah, we can't initialize with it. Scroll Y, no. Item range, no. Item height, probably. Item height, let's say 20 pixels, I don't know. Items count, that is going to be a array size values. So that's statically initialized. Then from here we can change stuff. So what needs to be changed? Excuse me. So the selected item, so I guess we'll have like a selected value index or whatever. We can say U32 max initially, maybe. So, and then we set the item string. So state.item string is equal to whether this is equal to U32 max. If it is, null. If not, values select value index. So that's basically it. That's all we need to do. Then we should probably display the values, right? Here we get to change the theming how we want here. So that's quite nice. So yeah, it's as if we want It's as if we want a button without the border. Oh, there's one called a no box style. Maybe that'll be good enough. But still, I'm thinking about when we have the shorthand combo box, how we're going to style it. So he passed in the values index. So we only show the values which are within the scroll area of the list view. So remember inside here, we said list start. This is going to return to us an item range, so we pass that out. So we get the item range here, and we go over only those items that are visible. If you click it, so we haven't done the closing logic either. If you click it, selected index equal index. That's what we need to do. This needs to be static, persistent, and the rest can go for now. Cool. So hopefully this doesn't blow up the computer. Alright, computer's still here. I've got a seg file. It's probably because the null string. 2019. Yeah. So if the string is null, then course string null 0. Maybe just say, hey, if you have a string, yeah. Hey, render goblin. Making disruptive technology with infinite graphics. Oh, you're holding me up too high, man. Maybe. bit much. Right, here's our checkbox. Here's our comment. Oh my days. It's wide, isn't it? There's all our items. Right, things are a bit off. First of all, that combo box is too big, so let's do another cut. Let's do like 300. Yes, here's our popover. Here's our combo box. No preview item. The items are not really showing up. Yeah, and obviously we're not being able to click off it right now. But why? Because they're just reusing a... Oh yeah, BBB. You need to cut top. You need to cut top. We call it C, I guess. C equals B, cut top, whatever the item range is. Item height is 20. No. What? Oh, it's not returning out the rectangle, is it? That's not good. We need to return out the rectangle. So here we're going to do the list. R needs to be shot out into, so dref rectangle, that needs to be equal to R. Because when we do the list is going to produce, it's going to give you the rectangle of the inside of the list. Then you'll cut the crap out of that and put the items in there. Right, it's better. Kinda. So be... Oh, shoot. You need to keep cutting. Put the for loop. Right, it's kind of working. We're getting separation, but why is it not at the top? It's not good. We can scroll it. Yay. And we're getting selected items showing up. But why? So it might be easier to say, let's move. Let's move the Y up by about 300. Wait, up. It's plus. Well, I'm good. I did some improvement on the day and night cycle on my game, and I'm revising my terrain and world scale. Get a scale terrain with 2 times. To have more world space per terrain patch. Cool. Nice. How do you deal with people's like saves that they already have in the game? Do you have an increment a version and get them to regen a new world? Hey Sully, how's it going? You ever gonna stream R2D2? No. I know what you mean. You saw Red Dead Redemption. RDR2. Right, it's still a problem here. So it pops under. That's nice though. I don't have Red Dead Redemption, Sully. I'm sorry. I don't have Red Dead. Oh, I was putting B in there. Like, damn it. C. Okay. User error. Yeah, I don't really get into streaming games. I want to try and make one. Right, so here's our list items. Now we're not getting anything that's being hovered over. They definitely should be right. So what you can do is as well set state.isOpen to false. And this is probably the way you're going to have to do it if you do the more complex version. So we should be able to see it work, it's just the styling's not. There you go, so 2 got selected. That's a bit silly. That should be over there. But yeah, so it is working. Oh yeah. Just got to get the stuff sorted out proper. So there's a few bells and whistles. Where do we want to start? So I guess we can fix the internals a bit. The clipping does feel off. Why hasn't it clipped this box on the list? Like, when we scroll that, it's not inside. Is it not clipping? I wonder if this is the same. But yeah, I think we need to do a clip as well. Yeah, I don't know why I'm just not using box. GUI draw rectangle. And the style. So I think if I do that for the list, it might sort it out. Right, so now that's inside. Oh, what the? Why is it? Sure, it's clipping the box, but shouldn't it be? This feels wrong. What's that clip there? Right. The problem was never this. So you draw the box. And it calculates a new clip here. Yeah, I'm gonna undo that just in case. No, probably fine. So the bottom of the list, it does a clip. The clip is wrong. Why is the clip rectangle different? Widget start. Right, it doesn't know widget end for a while. Do we change the clip? Clip rectangle min max X, so it definitely takes that away. Plus padding right. I thought clip rectangle adjust. What is that? Right. Inner. So it takes the clip rectangle, right, and rect. But so rect doesn't have the. Oh, it has been shrunk. Shrink by the border and the padding. That's when you start a widget. Yes, it should have been applied. Because if I am to bring back the. Let's bring back the rest of the UI. We've got a scroll area though. Whoops. This is not scrolling. Yeah, I wonder if we did. What? Let's test it out. What do we do the list? That's where all the items are. Yeah, we can always just get it to add 2 of these, right? Right, let's get it to duplicate the items. No biggie. Go around twice. Textures count times 2. Still not enough. 3 times it is. It's clipping on the inside. It's doing it just fine. Rounded clipping, look at that. Oh, yeah, it's good. It's working fine. So why doesn't it work on the inside the right? It doesn't work inside of our list in our combo box for some reason. I'll think about that. Save format is pretty much the same, but now that the terrain has changed, previous buildings might be underground. So I suppose needs to start a new game. Yeah, that's cool. That's the way I thought you'd do it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why like it happens in Minecraft and that, right? X11, all the way. I never have tried. Well, no, I've tried Wayland, but it had some slight issues when I last tried it. But it's been a while since then, and I wanted to do what I was familiar with when I wrote this engine, so I just stuck with X11. I already had code for it. Most times, the save file stays the same until I do something radical with. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be cool though. But yeah, so we right, want to put return in there. I don't know why that's bleeding over either. It's not open. And it's starting something. It's not good, is it? Oh no, it's covering the whole screen. Right, don't mind me there. Maybe. Covering the whole screen or something. Right, so someone's up with the list view. No, not the list view. When we do the combo box. We do the list and the clipping rectangle is just wrong. It's wrong. So the clipping rectangle should be... It's not being reset between the layers. No, it's been reset. You do the popover. Because the popover happens. Popover will say... Popover... resets the clip rectangle. Then it will apply this clipping rectangle. Yeah, that will get applied to it. Draws that... Oh! It's drawing the box of the popover, not the box of the... Yeah, wait, where's the clip? Or I didn't put a clip in there. That was the problem. Silly me. Right, so we click here. Shoot. That ain't good. Draw rectangle, where's that? So... there should be a draw rec. Something like this. So they're getting displayed. Where's the background though? So we're doing the draw there. Then we apply the clipping shape. So why has it now... What? That's a bit of a bug. Oh wait, it's working fine now. Huh? clip to whatever the new clipping rectangle is. But why should that affect that? Because I have a feeling we'll be able to draw outside the box. I already know we can. So, right, what is this clip doing again? Clip finish. So do a clip words. Layer clip command adds the clip words onto the clip words array. Yeah, I think nothing. Yeah, the other one shouldn't get finished. Oh, I know what's going on. We've got a popover which comes before in the code. This is a good test. I'm glad we've done this. There's a popover which happens before. Hey. That's with the change alignment. So this one, if you enable this clipping here, it's going to set the clipping for everything on that layer, draw layer. So when you end, you actually need to reset the clip shape. Or every time you start, you need to reset the clipping entirely. So when we do those layers, we initialize them frame start. We kind of do it in here. So maybe you don't need to do it in here. Maybe what we need to do is say clip start. So if there's nothing, it pushes on an empty word. Yeah. So no, yeah. We can leave that there, that's fine. So what we need to do, put that there. This is just gonna set a global variable to 0 basically. It's an empty clip shape. Yeah, I'll push an empty clip shape. So it makes the clip shape be nothing. So when the next draw happens, it will yeah, be nothing. So when we was calling the popover here and then did popover end, that was fine. But when we came here and did the ComboBox, which also did a popover, it was not resetting the clip state to be nothing. So the popover was getting clipped because it was outside the clipping box of the other popover. So we see here, here's the other popover. Oh, for crying out, it's still happening. What else is there to do with clipping? What else is there? Yeah, it just uses that widget info clip rec. Interesting. Maybe we should put breakpoints here and see what that is. Because it should just be this here. It might be going into the parent and doing something I shouldn't do, right? Take the rectangle, clip it against that one. Yeah, it seems pretty... Alright, something's a bit weird. Let's hop into the... So it's gonna get clips, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know where I want to put it. Core breakpoint. Took a bit of a break. Spherical chords. Takes a vec3 and spits out a new vec3. Yeah, so that is a it's a vec3, so it was just it's a vec3 in spherical coordinate. Wait. Two spherical. Yeah. So this one takes in a vec3 in linear, or what's it called? But yeah, standard XYZ space, whatever you call that. Carter's or whatever. Yeah, world space, any space, but one of those sort of standard XYZ spaces. The word is escaping me. This one spits out your in spherical coordinates, right? So that's in. So the radius is in X, theta is in Y, and phi is in Z. So you change the Y and Z based on the mouse position, I guess, and then when you move back and forward, you change the X, right, or whatever, something like that. Then from spherical coordinates takes these individual parameters in, as you can see here, and then it spits out that sort of standard XY. Yeah, Cartesian space. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. But yeah, then that spits out the XYZ there. 2 seconds, let me close another door. Yeah, so effectively, I think, Wajilla, you probably want what you probably want to do is just only use this function. You probably just want to have radius, theta, and phi, and just increment and decrement these values based on inputs from the keyboard and mouse, right? And then you call this one with your radius in the X, theta in the Y, phi in the Z, and then you'll get back a Cartesian coordinate, and then you can put that into like a yeah, that'll tell you where your camera's position is, and then you can just do the whole construct the matrix from there, basically. Yeah, you can construct the matrix for the thing you're looking at from there, right? You get what I mean? Yeah, make sure you try some print out the values first and see if it works for your coordinate space. Right, so we've got some breakpoint. What I want to figure out. The clipping, what the crap is going on there? So this will be the first one. What is the GUI.widgetinfo.clip? That is right, 112 Okay. I think I hit continue twice. Oh wait, there's not a it's not open, is it? Ah, it's not gonna be easy. I could just print it. I don't know print function. Hmm. You like quaternion rotations? Right. Yeah, I think he's trying to construct a orbit cam. But yeah, spherical coordinates came to mind first. Not seen where you could do it with the quaternion though. I've not really done an orbit cam, but yeah. Yeah, you could just rotate. Yeah, you could just rotate it too. Hmm. Oh, interesting. This is a quaternion rotate. Hmm. Yeah. It's so warm today. So how are we going to solve this problem with the clipping? Why is it? What's the issue again? Let's have a look. So yeah, the box is not showing up, but if I didn't have the other popover, it'll work, right? It's been a while since I recorded that last clip. I want to, yeah, I don't know. Right, here we go. Okay, the box shows up. It's definitely something to do with that clipping. Really weird. So I thought for the layer, oh shoot. I found the problem. We're not resetting it for the layer. Right, so increment the drawer here. Then finish. Cool. Didn't increment the drawer layer. Right, so let's re-enable the other popover. Here we go, sweet. That's cool. So able to select one, nice. This is clearly wrong. Why is it not in by the padding? So ComboBox start. We should be using draw rectangle, right? Yeah. Not the draw rectangle, the inner rectangle we want to be using. Here. Hmm. Yeah, we want to be using the inner rectangle. Okay, just had the wrong rectangle. So that should fix two of those problems with the preview viewing. So that's always on the right now. Click. Sweet. Right, so I've got to get the theming right in here. some reason the theming is, yeah, I'm manually doing it in user space. We obviously want to write a quicker version, the quick versions here. So I'm using this no box style. But if I use the quicker version, I want it to mainly just highlight, probably, right? Like a background thing. I only do the background color. Yeah, maybe we could do a custom widget where it only uses the background color of this or something. Yeah, I think we can do something. Yeah, maybe, I guess let's just write it here, right? You would maybe do. See, you could be a bit crazy where you modify. It's kind of bad, but you could mutate the global state. But it would be different based on if you're selected or not. No, let's not do that. Because there'll be like 4 different versions to change. So that's not a good idea. But yeah, you could have a little local state, style that you just change. But then again, that's a bit over the top. You could do another widget maybe, but it's kind of just like, it's just a button. So you essentially want to be able to turn off borders being drawn, right? But I don't really have any in this immediate mode UI being able to push and pop different state things. It's all kind of just passed in. So I'll probably do a manual widget inside, which will probably just take the button. Yeah, so I guess let's just write it out. Like basically you take your button with text. So you'll need this code here. You'd also need the button code too, which is just this code here. So if all that code, you can make your own custom widget. So in here, we're probably going to have, like, this is how it's going to look inside basically for the easy shorthand ones. We'll say if it's visible, the ID would be the line number, or whatever ID is. So UI ID equal line. The rectangle would be these damn names. Is there any? That's right. We'll just call it C for now. Address of C. The style. So for this one, you want to do a custom thing. So I guess you'd use style, but it's not going to draw the border. Let's do box style. Focusable, pressable, yep. If it's visible, then we just want to draw the background, no border. Then with some clipping. So no border regardless. You need the selected state style. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, then your rectangle is C. Oh. I think I can mutate rect actually. Let me do that. Rect equals C. That way when I copy paste the code, it would just be a lot easier. You know, rect. Yeah. That's not gonna be possible. Good. Yeah, it is the draw rectangle actually. That's not good. Can I get access to draw rect? This should be publicly accessible, right? That's not publicly accessible yet. Right, so we can get the clip rec, I think, no? Right, we need to be able to get those two things. Or maybe just one of them for now. So I want to be able to get the draw rectangle. Okay. So the drawing rectangle is the rectangle that you pass into the widget start, plus the border and padding applied. So it's shrunk the box, basically. So it's on the inside of the clip, effectively. So you want to be able to get that draw rec. Then clip with the box. Right, so this is our custom button, which is not going to have the border. So we didn't draw the border. We clipped it. Right, and then if it's still visible, what else do we want to do? We want to draw some text. And then we want to end the widget. Right, so maybe we'll need this some other place, but I don't know. So this would be the string. So we need to get the string here. Core string equals core string from a C string values index. So that would be yeah, that's all done. Cool, I think that's it. So what does this get us? Oh yeah, it's been clicked or whatever. Been pressed. So if the thing has been pressed, then there was that state, wasn't it? Yeah, it's here. Cool. So we get rid of the other one now. So this is going to be the custom yeah, this is going to be the custom widget that we use to get rid of that border and at least have a highlightable background. Right, so the background highlights, there is no text. Let's get that working. Hey Greenblade, welcome back. How you doing? So, I guess we can call this like, you know, it's really silly. It's as if we would need a way to say, like, because if someone makes a custom ComboBox, I guess we you know, maybe we'll make this one and call it a list item or something, right? and then it just doesn't draw. It just doesn't draw the border, but it's just a button without a border. And you have to do all the other variants that we've got already, like button with a bit of text, button with a bit of image. So I don't think this is the way to go, because we've got all these variants here. And we've got toggle buttons as well. So I think the approach we need to take is a way to quickly disable the border on the next item. Right. Where you just say, hey, no border. Because this is just silly. Like, we could just have done the same. Yeah, so maybe... I don't like it, but... maybe you say UI, no, no border on the next item, next widget. Next widget, no border. So we did that. I can imagine when we do a draw. So there'll be a Boolean switch. No border. A widget end. You're going to set this to false always. Or maybe the next one to have a border. So maybe you just say box draw. So when this happens, so you always do it on the box draw. So we just need this function now. This would just set it's a bit of a hack, but yeah, maybe we start doing stuff like this. It's kind of elegant as well. So, right, so next time we do a border, don't do it. So that will... Right, so we still ain't got the text. So I think that's because the size in which... So the padding is now causing... You're still getting border. You're still getting... You're still getting border width. So we use a lot of style border width. That's going to, yeah, mean that you're still on a bit of padding, but no border width. So really, every time we get border width, we should check that global basically and get rid of it. So we need to have a way to get the border width. So if return 0, else return style border. Just chilling, ate some Cooked some food and ate. Awesome. What did you make for dinner? So I guess we just have to find all the places where it's style border width and simply do this. UI and I guess we're gonna get some bugs where this gets set to false, like so it has to happen on widget end. Right. That's interesting. So right, we need to set that in the header somewhere. Stick it. All right. Okay, so that's not a pointer. Maybe a pointer. Why are you not pointer? Oh, is it const? Right. Whoops. I decided to be const correct, so I've been infected with my own past decision. Alright. Let's try that. Segfault? Oh, I called the same function again, like a... Right, whoops. I overwrit too much there. Sweet, they're kind of showing up. They are definitely clipped though. So they need a bit more item height. Because the item... Yeah, we need to be... Item height needs to be this plus the padding. So probably 28. Yeah, so the text height is 20. And then, yeah, it's just kind of not... Yeah. Magic numbers, but... Hey. It's UI code. Gets messy. Cool. 1, 2, 3. Where's my scroll bar? Right, it's looking good. I'm liking it already. It's definitely usable. Where's my scroll bar? And also, am I supposed to have 6 items there? Meatballs and spaghetti. Nice spaghetti meatballs. Sweet. Tasty. How much of it did you make? Did you make the sauce, or was it just a pre-made jar? What are we? The ComboBox, or the ComBox as we call it. So we have an issue with the list view. You know what? I wanted to draw. Is it list view that I want to do? Okay. Right. Dims are. Like we definitely saw the UI style 0. Interesting. So maybe the style 0 needs to actually be on the popover, and the style needs to go in here. Yeah, so I think the problem is we're crying out loud. We need to address our code base with const. past me was all over this were const. Just the new widgets that we've done lately. Current, yeah, the current Henry has not been with the times, the old times. Let's const it up. Right. Fixed that. So, yeah, this needs to be the widget. So the popover is not going to be styled. Only its contents is. Sweet, we've got the scroll bar now. Oh yeah. We're still getting that bug where everything else gets highlighted. There's something leaking. Yeah, there's something that's leaking. That is a button end. 0 and so let's not display the button. Ransel, sir, thank you so much. Why do I print FPS? I only do it once, I think. Or maybe not. Yeah, I print stuff in the terminal for now because I've not bothered doing a UI for it. It was just quicker and easier just to print. And plus this is all of the, this is the performance of the shaders, right? Yes, performance of shaders, and I also want to see a history of it a few frames back. So I've just not done a profiler, so this is the closest version. Right, this is still some clickable thing. That shouldn't be the case. So what in my combo box is doing a silly? So we start a widget, if it's visible we end a widget. Yes, that's the way we roll. It is focusable, pressable. Yes, it is. We start a popover. Is that startable and pressable accidentally? No, it's got a none on it. That's good. So what about the list? So the list is definitely startable. Sorry, it's yeah. It's definitely one of those pressable ones. But I thought it. Oh, sorry. I thought I did something. Oh, right. I changed this, didn't I? Like a melon. Right. 2 seconds. That was a while ago. Here we go. This is it. I manually draw the background. I changed it. Right. Manually draw the background again. So, manually to avoid highlighting yeah, to use the default state, style state. State style. Yeah. So that's nice, that'll fix that. So I think we've basically finished it, right? Let's put that back. I think I'm a bit off with the sizing. Been more than a year now since I started. Oh yeah. You must have been here for the start of Game Without an Engine then, or towards the end of my custom compiler. Did you come at the end of HCC, Ransel? Right, that's interesting. So he drags that there. Yes, cool. Got this. We can click. Doing good, isn't it? The only problem is when I can't click out of it. We've got to sort that out. Click, and that when you click it, that's really annoying. Click. Yeah. So some of the scroll there is a bit messed. Scroll view, scroll area. So like we click on the in the scroll. Yeah. So we do it's this bit here. On the y-axis really, but still the same thing. If it's not pressed, we get the area. If the bar is not focused, yep. And if it has been pressed, so it seems like we're doing it right. Yeah, this seems to be triggering on the first frame. Yeah, so it's like the thing is though, it got absorbed by. Oh, you got to make sure you are currently right. This is good. Right, I see it. You got to make sure that you are the mouse focused widget. Right, that'll fix it. Let's give it a go, and I think there's another place to patch it. So yeah, we click here. Oh, still does it. But you became. Yeah, I guess it makes it mouse folk. No, it shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't work. It definitely feels like it's this code where it's jumping, but why would that be? Obviously it's the y-axis one, but we've already put it here. Let me print out let's do a core breakpoint, and it'll sig trap on it. Oh, I didn't sig trap there. Let's try that again. Oh, it's something else. Right, it's not that. This is not what's doing it. Oh, it's the list view code. Right. Sorry. This is the scroll area. It's different. I copy pasted it for the list view. List whatever it's called. Okay, it's just called list. So we do it here. Sweet, that'd be it. Oh yeah, sweet, we fixed it. Amazing. That's good. Cool, so I think we're in a good place now. Yeah, there's two more things. Clicking off to close it, and this would be a lot to describe in the recap. We want to draw the down arrow, basically, right? Where it describe. Yeah, we could just do the down arrow thing. So I guess we can say while it's called keyboard focus. Yeah. But I didn't quite catch the question. Yeah, I was saying like when did you start watching it when we started game without an engine, or was it towards the end of HCC when with the compiler that we wrote? Yeah, the C shader compiler. Was it then? Because I think it was then. Towards the end of HCC. Awesome. Yeah, because I've been going at this project for about a year now. So it's a year in physical time. It's been 4 months in, if you used to take the days. So we're on day 113. So divide that by, so, wait. Yeah, it's just how many days, right? So, say if you've got 30 days, wait, what's a good way of working it out? Yeah, so you just divide it by, no. Yeah, divide it by 365. Then multiply that number by, so 1 would be, yes, you want to multiply it by, or is it multiply or divide? So a year is 1. Now you divide it by 12. Probably already a roundabout way of doing this. Yeah, don't 12 gets you months. Yeah, why didn't I just stick to the other? Why did I go down to man maths? Why am I doing maths? I'm too tired and warm. But yeah, so effectively I've only been going for about 4. Like I should have just divided by 30. Maybe. It can't be 9 months. Something's off. Yeah, no, because only, yeah. Right, I've got, yeah, so it's 113. There's 3 days a week. Right, 3 days a week. So divide by 3, that's how many weeks. Times by 4, I guess, for number of months. No, something's going on. Yeah, no maths, too tired. Yeah, well, I don't know, did I multiply by 30? What did I do wrong? Right, 3.7. Yeah, so about so about 4 months, right? So as a good guess, 4 months. And that's been like probably 4 hours, 6 hour streams. So yeah, I guess we're in a good place. I think so. We spent like 2 months just getting all the ground layer, and then an additional 2 months now doing basically graphics research and development. It's been quite good. I like the times. It's very misleading when you see like episode, or day 100 and whatever, but it's not. Yeah, it's not really that much time in the grand scheme of things. It's been about 600 hours. Yeah, I think you can take on average maybe probably about 5 hours a stream, because I used to have a lot more time before, but yeah, probably on average 5 hours at the moment per per day. So yeah, it's about it's about that or more. Yeah, it's not bad, not bad. Right, what was you fixing? We're doing the yes, I think while it's got keyboard focus, we can keep it open. I think that's a good check, so there's no extra state. So checkbox. Wait a minute, checkbox. ComboBox. Man, I'm so tired. ComboBox. While this thing, right? So is open and where's the meter ID hash? Pre-compute ID hash. You take the keyboard state on the ID hash. Yeah, so while we are, like, it can only be open so long as the widget that you've clicked is, this widget is keyboard focused. Oh, that was a bit weird. I'll do it twice? No, that doesn't feel right. But yeah, when you click off it, it's good. Why'd I have to double click it? Right, it's probably because on the first frame where you go into this, right, you've done the press on it, right. Okay, I think that's the right way around. You gotta destroy it first. It's on the first frame of doing it. Yeah. That's good. So I think that's a good hack, because when you click it, it'll just select it and close, right? Yeah, I think that's a decent hack. Right, you can't grab the scroll bar though. That's not good. Can't grab the scroll bar. Yeah, maybe you'd have to maintain a global state. So you would say, yeah, it's quite easy. So you'd probably just say, hey, I got some ComboBox. ComboBox open widget hash ID, right? When it's open, when it's open, I guess you say if, and you set this GUI. So if you press, you set this, right? And this is only, like, the open state is always just set to that. Now you've got it in this global. What you can say is at the end of a frame, yeah, the end of a frame, if the mouse has been pressed and there's nothing new that the keyboard has found, sorry, there's no new keyboard focused widget this frame. So it means you clicked into something which is not focusable. We clear the current keyboard hash, and then we need to then clear the ComboBox ID hash, and that should be the magic thing. So I guess you could click onto here. Right. Nice. I guess this is focusable in some way. Yeah, right. So the problem is in here, we said, hey, set is open to false in the user code of ComboBox here. So we need to have a way for these to be able to close it manually. Or at least, yeah, so we were just saying it's always that, but maybe, so when you open it, you and it. Yeah, so maybe when you open it, this is true. Then everything else is an and of that. I think. So that works. This works. Cool. Right, it's good. So now we just got to draw the down arrow here, just to symbolize it's a combo, it's a combo box or whatever. And then we can, yeah, so one of my other issues is you can still do this. You'll still be able to select something on your same layer. No. Yeah, so the popover's open. How are you gonna be able to stop this? So I guess you just say, what is the max? Is it popover related? Yeah, let's just draw this arrow first. It should be quite easy. Yeah, here. So UI draw shape line. So we draw like a V. So there's like a local space. So you probably say negative. See, how many pixels is it? So you got some sort of like half dim thing. So you probably want to add be like a few pixel thickness. So you probably say negative half dim. Plus some padding. Then the Y, probably the same, but for bottom. So you want it to be somewhere in the middle, actually. So you probably want it to be somewhere about 0. Or maybe a little bit up. In the end, you draw it going downwards. So the end position for this line would be negative half dim. Just in the middle. So after you draw that line, what else goes in there? Thickness. Let's say a couple of pixels. So after that, you color it in red or something. Let's color it in like blue. And then we position it. This needs to be positioned in the middle. So it's, yeah, it's in that same spot. So let's just see what that looks like. Right, so it's definitely got a line there, right? Bit crap though. Right, definitely went down. Yeah, I didn't move the X. So the X needs to just be dead in the middle. 0. Should do it. So that should just be one stroke of the line. There you go. Then I just need to make it go up. So I need to do another one. And that'll be on the other side, so positive. I think that's basically it. No, I need to do take the padding on the right. There we go, so we've got a little down arrow now. Obviously not the best, but it's something. A couple of arrows there. I don't know if I want that. Yeah, I don't know if I want that to have a radius. The radius is just far too high regardless, I think, on everything. I've just got too high of a radius. Maybe that's alright. We can live with that. You can always make it better later. Radius is just far too high. Right, see, the final thing I wanted to do before, going over this in a recap, is hovering over these buttons, like, and changing stuff on a different layer. Like, so if a popover comes up, what you're now saying is, so we've already got something where if the mouse has gone over, don't accept it. Yeah, so we've got this next mouse over thing, and we're saying, hey, don't accept it if the draw layer don't accept it if the current draw layer is less than the right. It's not necessarily just about the draw layer. I think what we need to record is like, hey, what is the biggest draw layer we've been on? And then when we increment, do we go like increment the layer? Has something been focused on the layer behind? And if it has, clear it out. Right? Don't accept it. And I think that would be the way you have to do it. Yeah. Yeah, so that will solve it. So if we have multiple layers. The problem is, why should it be linked with the draw layer specifically? Because say if we had like little windows you can drag around. Right, it's a bit different. Be that draw layer thing specifically. You're saying the thing that's actually, you're able to click the on top thing, and that's fine. So maybe it's to do with popovers specifically. You should add like a popover. Because with popovers, you want to say don't. When a popover is up, you know, it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, I think this is fine. We've already got this protection here. I think it's just good enough if, yeah, sure, you can click out and do that. That's okay. That's fine, I think. Yeah, that's alright. Oh man, I'm getting tired. So I need to do a recap now. I need to recap basically like what have we done here. I need to recap. So we basically implemented the whole of the combo box. And I want to recap. I'm definitely going to miss stuff because I'm tired. But just recapping it should be good enough. Basically going over the code. Yeah, we should definitely show it first. And then after that we need to do the simplified version. It shouldn't be too much work. Oh, right, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break because my brain's a bit fried. And then we'll come back, record the recap of this, and then we'll quickly jam these guys in because they're quite easy to do. It's just one function basically. Yeah. But anyways, take a break, be right back. Oh, welcome back everybody. How are we doing? Right, so see how good my brain is right now. I'm so tired. So, let's see if I can do this. So I've got to recap the combo box. So we've gone and made a thing with basic elements, right? And we've got this right, we did change some bits as well. Did we change some bits? In here? Yeah, we made it have this selected item string, isn't that right? Right, a lot has changed. I don't know, it just has to be a quick recap. Like, I can't include absolutely everything, it would just be insane. So, right, so let's just say we've got some things here. Right, we've got the selected item string, which is displayed inside the box. The actual box widget or something like that. Right, and I'll talk about how this is a more complex, this is the more complex one, which gives you more control or something like this. But how the quick ones are going to be implemented under the hood. And I probably want to mention about this as well. Okay, so I'll definitely show it off first and show the behavior. Then I'll show the code. So yeah, I guess I'll just go over that there. Let's focus on that. Whereas if you press it this frame, we'll set this global ID hash. To keep track of which combo box is open. Sometimes you have multiple combo boxes. Yeah, it'll be fine. And you have one open at a time, which is what you want. Sets is open to true, and then every future time it's ANDed with the, and then I guess I'll show to the place where this is set to false or something. Or clear that to 0. So we draw a box, clip it, draw the text, draw a background behind the arrow, draw the arrow, two lines for the arrow, yep. If it's open has any items, we can then calculate the position for the yep, let's talk about that in the list view. Okay, I think I got this. Yeah, this ain't too hard. Easy. Alright, so we've gone and made the combo box now, so let's just give it a bit of a show off. So if we click on it here, notice how that it will technically go off the screen. You know what, I need to be able to quickly change this for a minute. A dot, wait, can I hide that? Yep. I want to be able to have something where I can toggle moving it up the screen. So I want to say 300 or something like that, right? Yeah. So I want to actually see it going underneath proper, yeah? That's what I want to show first. This is so good. I'm happy with this. Alright. Let's click that again. Okay, so we've gone and implemented the combo box. So let's just take it for a quick spin. So if we click on it here, notice how it opens up. There's nothing displayed, nothing selected at the moment. And we can scroll down. This is just the list thing that we've seen before, but in the popover now. And we can click out and it closes. And also we can select an item and it will show up here. So I didn't quite go with that behavior that I said earlier, where you'll stop being able to hover over things and click things while this is open. Yeah, it's just a bit more extra faff to do, and it's not really a big issue. So I've just decided just to leave it. This is the behavior. You can always just change that later. But yeah, so let's dive into some of the code now and see how that works under the hood. Well, actually, I want to show you quickly that if we move it to the edge of the screen, you'll see the behavior that we worked on for that popover, where it will simply keep the popover within the bounds of the screen. So this all works as normal. So that's quite nice. Right. So that's super cool. So this is the more complex ComboBox API, and you'll use this if you want like a custom selectable widget inside the ComboBox. But basically, like you use probably the shorthand one for the most part. So here's us just got like, you know, all of our values here, and we use this ComboBox state. It's persistent, right? It's static. We initialize it to 28 pixel height for each item inside the list, and we've got this many items. Then we have the selected value index, and we're saying that, hey, that's preview box, that little selected item string, is gonna be, if it's not selected, nothing. If not, it's the selected value, right? So that also has to be passed in as well, which is see why in a bit. And then we basically just cut a rectangle for where the box is going to actually go on screen, and then we say if the ComboBox is open, go over all the widgets, and put a selectable button down, and if it's been pressed, then our selected value index is equal to the current index, and then we'll set is open to false. Something that we added just now is this sort of UI next widget no border, and it's because I wanted to keep using the same style, but just disable the border, and it was just a bit, I don't want to create a new widget, and it also solves the problem for when we put this inside of a simple API like this one, and we only pass in one style. We don't have to pass in two styles, so I've made a way to just simply disable the border on the next widget, and it's worked out okay actually. It's not so bad. So let's dive into the internals of this and see how it works. So when we start our ComboBox, we pre-compute the ID hash, which basically combines the current hash, the current ID, which is usually the line number, and it combines it with the parent widget, and you compute this ID hash. So this just starts a regular widget, and it is focusable and pressable. So it's basically a button, and if the ComboBox is visible, we're going to go ahead and say, well, if you pressed on that ComboBox, we're going to say, hey, this ComboBox is open, and we'll keep hold of the ID hash for the certain ComboBox that is open, and then we're going to store in that state that you passed in that it is open, and the user can set this to false whenever they like. Now, when it's not been pressed, we're going to only keep it open so long as this ID hash is equal to the current is equal to the open ComboBox. Now, if you click and nothing was keyboard focused this frame, we've got this thing here where when we end the frame, and if you just basically click on a widget which is like not got any keyboard focus ability, we're going to then set this ComboBox open widget hash to none, so it will close that ComboBox. Then after that, basically we draw the box like it's a button, right, and then we set up the clipping, and then we put all of the text in there, like the preview text. So here's the selected item text string. We'll just chuck it in here. So we have to have, since we don't have any of the values passed in by the state, we have to have some string passed in so we can actually put a value in there. So we just draw that text. Then we draw the background on the right hand side. So it's this one here, this little red thing here. And then we draw the two lines after that. So that is basically drawing this. That's all that code does. So there's the two lines there. And then we end that sort of clickable area, that button, basically, with the drop down thing. And then we're saying if it's open, so we've clicked on it or something like that, and it has any items, we're going to go ahead and use that popover thing that we made. We're going to create the position to be the center of that box on the x-axis, but at the bottom. And then we're going to make it so that that is going to be in the top middle, right? So if the we want there, excellent. So essentially we're putting the point here, like at the bottom middle, and we're saying that the top middle is where the to be aligned to for this box. And then after we start the popover, we're going to go ahead and create a list. We use that list state thing that we saw in the previous devlog. We populate with some of the variables which are in and out variables, or just out variables. So we populate with the scroll Y, the item height, and the items count. We call the list widget, and we always ensure to be visible. And then we populate the out variables which come out from the list state, so the scroll Y and the item range, back into the ComboBox state, so that's visible. And then we take the rectangle which comes out from the popover, goes into the list, offsets it based on how much it's been scrolled, and adds some margin and padding to it, or shrinks it by the padding in the border. And then we pass that out in the rectangle pointer to the initial ComboBox function, so we can cut at that, and so we can basically keep cutting from that rectangle there and producing our list. We do cut top for every item in the list view. And notice here there is a ComboBox end only inside if the ComboBox is open. So we only return true, or UI open, which is basically true, it's 1. We only return that when we have done a list and a popover. The rest get UI not open. And then when we call end, we do a list end and a popover end. So now we've got the ComboBox working quite well. We just got to make sure that we're not having to do this long API all the time. We're going to implement this nice and quick, easy to use API, which is hopefully just a one-liner, and tells us when it's changed, which would be nice. So I'm just going to do that now. Right, I think that's a good recording considering my state of mind right now. So basically so what we want to produce is a typeless version of this. I think I called it typeless. Yeah, so the input box has already done this. It's got a bunch of different versions, and they've taken basically a void pointer somewhere. So we want to do something like this. So it'd be like a ComboBox typeless, where we take in a void pointer followed by a enumeration to tell us, like, hey, what value are you using at that? What value is it there? So we only have to implement one of these where all the logic goes in, and the rest just call into that typeless version. And it should be as easy as that. So that implementation that we found, or that we made, sorry, the one we discovered. Yeah, we take that. I clipped way too much there, but yeah. So, right. So the UI state, yeah, this gets made, okay. Damn, there's no scroll. Scroll Y. Where's that gonna stay? I guess we just... so if you open up the widget, maybe we set scroll Y to 0. So maybe it would just keep it static here. You can do multi-threaded UI, but we don't have multi-threaded UI, so it's probably not an issue. So maybe when we open this up, we actually set scroll Y to 0. It's quite interesting. So item height, I think what we can do with that one is we could just say item height is equal to style line height plus any type of vertical thickness padding stuff that you have, right? And then probably some margin. So, yeah. How many items we got? That's values count. That's passed into the function. So, right, what else are we missing here? So there's a few more state things to fill in. So this is currently selected value, so we need to be able to read that in. Like, yeah. So that would be a switch. I've recently been watching Naruto again and I can't get enough of it. I've never actually watched Naruto. Yeah, I watched... Well, I didn't really watch much anime. The only manga I've read is Attack on Titan. And I watched some of the anime for that. But yeah. What service can you watch it on? Because I need to find I'm in the middle of content to actually watch while I exercise, because I binge watched the whole of Star Wars, Clone Wars, and Rebels. So I've gone through all of the Star Wars I can right now. Crunchyroll, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a typical place, Crunchyroll, isn't it? I used to watch episodes as a kid before going to school, but never watched it properly. Yeah, it happens because they never usually play stuff in a chronological order on the shit. They do like once when it gets released. And another annoying thing as well is when you have those special 2-part episodes or 3-part ones or whatever, they never usually play those unless they've got 2 or 3 episodes that run in a row. So you basically never catch those ones again sometimes. Yeah. Oh, Pokemon. Yeah, the thing is, I tried to watch Pokemon again. Probably about 5 years ago. And the basic thing is, it's annoying. Like, I was like, oh, I can just follow the story and it'll be fun. But then every episode, there's Team Rocket. And it's just the same old crap every, and it's not like it's 2 minutes. It's like, it is basically probably a third of the episode. Yeah, I think another good one is One Piece. I watched One Piece a lot as a child, but I never watched it properly. And now they've got like 1,000, or probably got thousands of episodes. Huh? ComboBox value text? What crazy thing you on? Yeah, Pokemon is super kid oriented, whereas Naruto Part 1, like high, Part 2 is gruesome. Interesting. Yeah, I should probably go and watch that. I should watch that. That'd be fun. So read the value out. So how do you know if nothing's select? I guess you say if all bits are on. Yeah, I guess we'll do it, then expand or whatever, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? Yeah, -1 for that value will be value mute. So we're gonna say if right, then repeat that. 16, 16, 32. Don't have to worry about that one. Cool. So that reads out the value. You get your value. Then you do selected stuff, value, strings, rectangle, not window rectangle anymore. It's already been moved that out. So that is just rec state I think that's everything. Yeah, then out parameters, isn't it? In out, we've sussed that one in. I think we're right. The problem is once you have multiple. Right, the is open state. You won't be able to close it. You can close it. You just gotta hard code it. You've just gotta set note, do this outside in user space. But yeah. So the way you close it would be GUI dot ComboBox equal ID hash none. Yeah, I think this is the way. Style and style. What's this item height? State item height. C cut top. I guess I could modify rectangle. No, I can't. Yeah. So Right, that seems legit. So if it's changed, so UI changed equal UI not changed. And then if it's here, then return changed. So now if you change it, okay, Greenblade. In a sec, mate. If you change it, you have to update the value here. So you then do another switch statement. And then you instead do the inverse. Then I guess it would just do a wrapping, do a wrapping thing if you overflow, which is alright. Alright. I think that's pretty alright. Oh, did that move? It's alright. Okay, so let's try this out. This would be pretty cool. We should get multiple working at the same time as well. Wait a minute. We still got to quickly do this. So that's the type plus one. So basically the idea is you're going to do return UI ComboBox typeless ID, ID rectangle, value mute as a void, so that's fine. UI ComboBox value type U8, values count, value strings, style. And then you just repeat that all those times, and then change the bells and whistles. So you just change this 16, 32, 8, 16, 32. Now these ones signed, whoops, sort that out. Whole point of those. So you can do signed versions just in case. But you don't support negative, but just the value being assigned instead. That's good. So let's give that a go. That'd be pretty cool. So what I want to do is another version. So this time we're going to take A. So we cut left on A. Yeah. So do the same thing again. So we cut. Yeah. What I want is. We'll do the same sort of thing. Yeah, we'll just leave that like that. B, is that right? B? Yeah, B. So there's a selective value. We'll do another one of these. Yep. How many values? It's this thing here. The value strings, they're just values. And then the box style. Right. Let's give that a go. Should have another one. It's underneath, isn't it? Yeah, something like that. Be underneath. I don't know. Things. This is not used. Whoops. Thank you, compiler. Save me some bug testing. Right, so you got two combo boxes. One is, yeah. I guess there's some bugs where you sort of click between the two or something like that. That's alright. Both work. Look at that. That's amazing. Why is this one a bit thicker again? Oh, I did the styling a bit different, didn't I? Yeah, alright, let's Let's position them a bit different so I know. I really love this rectangle cut stuff. It just, I can just put rectangles wherever I want. As a, you know, it's great. And obviously I got clipping, but I can just monkey around with stuff. Yes, this one has done the spacing correct, basically. Yeah, so we've displayed 5 of these or whatever. Maybe I want more options. Maybe 6. But yeah, it's cool. So here's the one I did. This is awesome. Right, let's do a recap. Let's recap that. So I think that's basically it. Okay, so we've gone and added that nice and easy short version of the combo box. So this one only works for enumerations, basically from 0 to the number of elements. And yeah, it's just a nice shorthand way of doing it, and it returns true when values have changed. So this one is offset to the right, so we have to see the difference, the slight difference. So what I've done is this one here is the one we made before manually. So I've taken that code and I've just made it work in a more, yeah, so I think I've added a bit more spacing correctly, basically. We'll see that inside. But it basically works the same, right? It's just the code from outside, but we're able to achieve the same thing with a lot less code in user space, so that's nice. So they both select different values and all that, which is cool. So let's take a look at the internals. So it's basically the same thing as we saw earlier, but we have a typeless version which takes in a void pointer with a value type, tells you if it's a U8, U16 or U32. Each of the other ones just call into this typeless one, so it's very easy just to share the logic. And it's not required templates either, right? So it's just calling the same code. So basically we initialize the selected value to this, and if all of the bits are on, we treat it as a U32 max, which means the value is not selected. We also keep the combo box state here persistent, and the way that I look at it is only one combo box can be open at a time, so it should be okay. I need to test it with another widget. We'll test it in just one moment, but it should be okay to set the item state here, the height here, because only one will be open at a time, and the items count as well. So we then select or set the selected item string based on that selected value index from the value strings passed in. And then it's the same code we saw before, basically, with a for loop over the visible items, the no border thing. But all we need to do is if we've selected something, we set the combo box open widget hash to none, so it won't be open after you've selected something. And then we need to store the value back in to that pointer outside the function, so we store the selected index back out. And that's the shorthand combo box thing. Right, what's next? Yeah, I want to test out the 2 of them. What happens if I did another one? Good point. Does it mutate the B? Mutates the crap out of B. Yeah, it's fine. Right, cut left. Let's cut some more left. Damn it, Empire. I need to make my own pie, clearly. Thank you, Ansel. When I do my Windows port, I'll double check that. Right. Okay, we got a bug here. So you click it. Right, the is open needs to be it. Yeah, is open needs to be set based on we need to pre-compute the ID hash. State is open. I think that's alright. So the state is open if the current open one is that. I think that'll do it. Yeah, excellent. Right, we sussed it. That's great. Awesome. Oh yeah. Right. So let's comment that out and we can show the fix. So let's do a recap. Alright, so there is a bug when you use two of the shorthand ComboBox functions. They don't stay open if you have two or more. And this is because the isOpen is being reset. So in that persistent state, that isOpen variable is being set to it needs to be, we need to make sure that the isOpen, because it's fully user controlled, this thing. Wait, I need to redo that. It's not quite 100% correct. Words. Alright, actually implement the stuff. At least we're rotating now. Oh, that's cool. Nice stuff, Wachilla. You getting there, man. That's good. Not much has changed. I don't think so. Oh, you mean the graphics? Yeah. I'll yeah, when I get the texture viewer committed, I'm gonna go to Windows because I gotta get it. I've changed something. I've changed the compiler, so I've gotta get it up and running anyway. But yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate the heads up. Alright, so there's actually a bug in the shorthand ComboBox. It doesn't keep them open. So just going to show you that here. So basically, like, the isOpen does get set internally in the ComboBox, right, when you initially click it to open to be true. But after that, like, it's expecting you to keep hold of that isOpen. So when you call it, when it gets called on the next ComboBox, it ends up being set to false because the current ComboBox open widget hash is not equal to that. So it just sets it to false and the other one closes, you know, so it just messes up all around. So basically in this shorthand one, within this persistent state, we need to set it. isOpen is when the open widget hash is equal to my ID hash for this ComboBox. So if you do it that way, that fixes the problemo. So this one opens, I can select what I want. This one opens, I can select what I want. So yeah, it's all good. Right, so that's us done. That's ComboBox is completo. So this means now, right, we can work on go back to the texture viewer next stream, add those lovely ComboBoxes and just get making better viewing modes, and yeah, it's gonna be good. Man, ComboBoxes are a lot of, they need things to get them implemented, but they're handy for like a small selection of things. They're quite nice. So where's... So I should really commit this, just in case there's accidents. But the last time we committed was, you know, this has been quite big. I should have done more commits. I should have done one after each stream, but it's not been good. So what we want to say is like begin work. You know, let's get back to the let's get rid of the combo box stuff. Yeah. Right, here's the texture viewer. So yeah, in the next stream we're going to be making these combo boxes, these view modes will be better. Or have different viewing modes. You know, one more on that. I gotta go back to my to-do list to figure out what I gotta do. But yeah, it's gonna be good. Yeah, I want to commit that. Git commit -a. Start work on texture viewer. And import UI combo box and popovers. Quite a lot of stuff, right? Start texture viewer. Legit. Gotta work in. Awesome with Jilla. Good stuff, man. So why do you need the orbit cam? Is that just the... What game you making again? So is that just you're doing a third person game? Right. That's a lot of code. Oh, you're doing the CAD tool. Yeah, I remember now. I see. Wait, why have I added 1,000 lines of code? What did I do? Has it really been that much? That's a lot of work in the past 3 days. Whatever it was. Huh? Dude, we had 1,000 lines. Fuzzy compare. Look at me, I know my Git. I can diff with the previous commit from the command line. I'm proud of myself. Texture viewer UI, right, okay. Copy shader. Things. Oh, I added the split area code, popover, combo box. I guess that's 1,400 lines. Change the... Add some layers. Combo box URL, oh my days. I guess that's 1,400 lines. Alright. Yeah, I wanna do a roundup. Roundup. Ugh. 6, 3, save. Okay, so that does it for this video. We have, oh it is. No. Right. More time. Alright, so that's some good progress today. We've got the combo box and the popover done. So I'm super happy about that. So we get back to the texture viewer in the next devlog. So in the meantime, you're going to catch the streams. There is a Twitch. You know, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays, you can check for the timetable in your time zone on the website. There's also a VOD channel if you want to catch the Right, I need to do that again. Yeah. Right, so making progress on the ComboBox and Popover stuff. We've got that completed now. So now they're both usable for the texture viewer in the next devlog. So this is day 113. If you want to catch the VOD for that, that's on the YouTube VOD channel. You can go and check the rest out there if you want to see more in-depth bits. There's also the Twitch channel for if you want to catch it live. The timetable's on the website. If you click there, you'll be able to see it in your time zone. There's also a Discord if you want to come and hang out. And if you want to get source code access to see the code and test it on Windows and Linux, you'll be able to if you support via Twitch or Ko-Fi, you'll be able to get the access to that right there. Right, thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a good one. Right, ought to be good enough. So yeah, I'm happy about that. That's really cool. Let's quickly look at that resource viewer. I want to remind myself of things. So we need to do the viewing options. So reinterpret pixels, that's a big one because we want to actually view the depth buffers that we've got. We've got to get the MIP, the array slice, and that actually hooked up and working in the copy code. I don't know why that was not working. Yeah, we want to test that. We want to display a list of all the shaders that it has been used in that frame and view it at that certain point in time. We've already got the pan and zoom. Already done all this. Yeah, so I guess we'll do that next stream. Just get those combo boxes in and do all of that. And then after that, we'll be doing the functionality, the main functionality, which is the screenshot, right? That saves the screenshot folder. That's quite simple to do actually, all of that. It's not so bad. And then we do all the tab controls and, you know, and then it'll be basically ready to use. Man, this is going to be awesome. This is going to be so much better than taking screenshots manually. Hey, Green Blade. Yeah, you're there, man. You missed it. Complete it, mate. Got the shorthand combo box now. So it can all be done in one line. If it's like just a simple enum. So yeah, it's pretty sweet. We got combo boxes like this. They're pretty happy with that. I think maybe I could improve this a bit. But yeah, pretty nice. Yeah, that's what devlogs are for, yeah. Go watch it. But yeah, I got that recorded. So there is devlogs, guys. If you want to catch the past ones, are on there. Discord. Come hang out. I gotta find someone to raid because I want to shoot a bed. Soonish. I want to eat some snacks. You know, lift some weights a bit. Watch some videos. And then go to bed. I need to find someone to raid. How themable the UI system is. It's got global style, basically. Does anyone know someone who I can raid? Please. Basically, there's a style that's passed into every single widget. So each widget can get its own style. You have to define the style like so. So basically, there's some shared stuff like margin padding, inner spacing, border width, text line height, checkbox padding. So it's just every possible combination here. So the idea is that this UI is built specifically for this game. So you never will want to add more. You would never want to add more styles for custom widgets because there is no such thing as a custom widget. So it all just goes into here, and then we have states. So if it's focused, you can change some colors, and that. So this is how themeable it is. Basically, you can. But if I need to do a custom render, it would basically be a copy paste of the widget, and then I just do the drawing differently. So if I don't want like a border with a background, rectangle background type widget, that would be a complete custom button, which is not hard because buttons are literally like this. This is how many lines the buttons are. It's start a widget. If it's visible, draw it. So it's pretty easy to do custom stuff. But yeah. So the idea is widgets typically don't have sub widgets. They typically implement everything themselves. There are cases like today where we saw with the Popover where they use sub widgets. But yeah, so that helps avoid styles, having multiple styles per widget, you know, avoid that. But yeah, it's worked out quite alright. Yeah, the biggest problem with UI is extensibility as a library. But when you don't have that problem, it kind of it goes away. That's quite nice. So yeah. Have you got any questions around that, Green Blade? Right, I found myself a raider. A raidee. Wait. Yes, the raidee. The target of the raider. Right, Greenblade, if you have any more questions, post in the Discord and I'll happily go over it. Oh wait. Would it not make sense to instead allow options instead of being a whole new widget? Oh, what, to override the rendering? Yeah, that's another thing I could do, is just have an enum in there in the style. That's not a bad idea actually. If they, yeah, which they probably are going to be like, yeah, that will probably make sense because it's built custom for this game. So chances are you're going to have stuff that looks the same. You know, you want to have reusable looks. So I guess having it as an enum could work actually. If you want borders, border race or whatever. Oh no, we're not making a whole new widget. We never make a whole new widget. I was on about the custom rendering. Like if you don't want, oh shoot, let's cancel it. Yeah, go more. So that's already configurable. Like the whole point of the style is all of that is configurable. The thing that's not configurable, so margin padding, border thickness, all of that is, but if you don't like a standard rectangle, which is all just box drawing, basically, all of the stuff. And box drawing falls down to doing an axis line bounding box that's either bordered, they got it colored in with a border, or it's a solid color. And that's it. If you don't want this, then it would have to be a custom widget. But maybe you're right, I see your sort of suggestion. Maybe this could just be an enum. And this just is, right, uses a different, maybe I want circles or something, I don't know. Or some complete glowing custom thing, right? Some very game specific thing that's not standard boring UI, right? So I guess that could work. Yeah, that's probably a sensible way to do it. Enums. The bread and butter of programming. Oh, love me some bread and butter. Yeah, thank you for that, Green Blade, and thanks everyone for coming. Appreciate it. I'll see you all on Tuesday, Thursday, or Sunday. Have a good start to your work week, and I'll see you all in a future one. Right, catch you later.